And they're off. Tough start for Boss 9, who spots the field 5 lengths. Serendip Ruler was first to show speed, now joined by Head for Business. Magnet and Steel scraping the paint down inside. Behind those front 3 come Hit the Seam. Outside is Cajun Hope. Then we come back to Astronaut Oscar, who's already 4 lengths behind. 4 back to Dive Deep, and the slow starting Boss 9 has 12 to make up, and they crackle into that far turn. Serendip Ruler to the inside. Head for Business is there. Cajun Hope is on the prowl, and here comes Cajun Hope to the outside to put the gray nose in front at the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cajun Hope is there to take the lead. Magnet and Steel out after that one. Hit the Seam, the People's Choice, kind of spinning the wheels into that final furlong. A sharp move around the turn, and race 1's in the books. The gray Cajun Hope in front. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch. Raytastic was the first to show speed from in between horses. Neptune's Grotto is there. Per Tiger now going to take over that lead and do so by a length. Delta Knights chases that one. In behind those 4 comes Carbonell. 3 lengths back to Prattle. Behind that one comes Red Sunshine, and the Minnesota bred Blazing Performer can see them all. 10 lengths from tip to tail. They bank around that first turn, and Per Tiger, the long shot, leads it by 3 lengths. In second comes Delta Knights, another long bomb. Inside Raytastic, little rank right there, wanting to run. Fuentes restraining him early. He wants to sit off that pace. Then we come back a couple lengths to Carbonell. The Texas Invader, Neptune's Grotto's got 4 to make up. 5 lengths back to Prattle. And Blazing Performer starts to close in. They went a quick 22-3 for the opening quarter, 47 flat to the half. And now Fuentes lets Raytastic run a little bit. He gets right up on the throat latch of Per Tiger. Neptune's Grotto follows that one. Outside comes Carbonell making a move. Behind him comes Red Sunshine. Around that turn they go. Per Tiger's led every step of the way, but has company now, and Raytastic wants to go, and go he does. Fuentes says go, and Raytastic takes the lead, but Neptune's Grotto is right there, and Neptune's Grotto goes right on by. Neptune's Grotto with a well-timed move. From the back of the pack is Blazing Performer into the final football field, and the Texas shipper Neptune's Grotto going to get the money from Blazing Performer. Raytastic settles for third. And they're off. Flashing speed inside is Irish Dawn, joined by Fleet of Flags. Outside is 86 Chevy. Sitting just off those front markers comes Army Kid. Then it's a gap of 2 back to Justin Azteca. Outside is Anchor Line. In between that one and is Moonlight Road. Kontiki is going for a run with Kelsey from 6 lengths off the pace, and Too Many Names is at the back of the field and 12 lengths off the front markers, who went a fast 22-2 for the opening quarter mile, and Fleet of Flags wrestles that lead away from Justin Azteca. 86 Chevy is closing in smartly. Irish Dawn's kind of spinning the wheels, and then we come back to Army Kid, who's got a lot of work to do as they bend around that turn and head for the top of the Canterbury stretch, and the long shot Fleet of Flags turns them in. Fleet of Flags from 86 Chevy. Army Kid's working hard, trying to sneak through horses there. Irish Dawn is down inside. Army Kid shifting about, now going to the outside. All four still with a chance, and here comes Kontiki. Kontiki's closing in. 86 Chevy inside Fleet of Flags. Fleet of Flags, 86 Chevy in time. And they're off. The field came off to a perfect dispatch. Run, Bambi, run, living up to the name and taking the early lead. Gigi's Map restrained and holding second. Outside of horses comes Miss Double. Through from the inside comes Countess of Cairo. She's on Easy Street, is right behind those front markers along with Bango's Heat. Then we come back 4 lengths to Extra Indy and Princess of Malibu, content to track at the tail of the field, just 7 lengths from front to back. And Run, Bambi, Run has the lead by a measured length. The long shot Miss Double tracks that one in second. Countess of Cairo is up the inside. Gigi's Map right there, just 2 lengths from those leaders. Then we come back to Bango's Heat, who's 4 wide. Inside of that one is She's on Easy Street. The field clumps up with Princess of Malibu and Extra Indy, making it just 5 lengths from front to back. 23 and 2 for the opening quarter mile, and Run, Bambi, Run is still there by that length. Miss Double still in second. Up the inside comes Extra Indy. Countess of Cairo is right there along with Gigi's Map. And the back 3 led by She's on Easy Street, Princess of Malibu, and still nothing from Bango's Heat. Run, Bambi, Run, trying to take them flag fall to That's All. Miss Double is 50 to 1 and won't go away. Top of the Canterbury stretch they come, and Run. Bambi, Run still there, leading it by 2. Extra Indy out after that one. The favorite Gigi's Map's got 4 to make up, and Run, Bambi, Run keeps on running indeed. Run, Bambi, Run all the way. And they're off. The youngsters came out of the gate well. Early speed from Gimme Mo Money. Twin Empire is flashing good speed. In between horses is Curban d'Oro, and the last horse away is Fleet Nalina. Inside comes Twin Empire. Outside is Gimme Mo Money, and those two lead it, and lead it by a measured length. Casually classy flashes out of the crowd. Sam is right there. Behind that one comes Little Bit Tipsy. Shading that is Zen Dreams. Gimme Mo Money is 16 to 1, and Gimme Mo Money trying to make the money, leading it from Casually Classy. Twin Empire with race experience sitting there poised to pounce in third. Then it's Sam, who's got 4 to make up. Top of the stretch, Gimme Mo Money. Gimme Mo Money is still there, but here comes Twin Empire up the inside, and Twin Empire takes that lead away from the long shot Gimme Mo Money and into that final furlong. Third try for Twin Empire. She looked professional, she looked good, and she gets the money tonight. There in the gate, and they're off. Hustling to the lead is Incredible Victor, joined by High Ransom, who was a handful getting in the gate, but smooth coming out of it. In between is West Dakota. Outside of horses is My Boy Bomber as they run by the judges, and a gap of 3 now. Back to Supreme Leader, who's in 5th and 5 lengths off those leaders. Behind that one comes Burn Boss. At the back of the field is the favorite Rhino de Grace. He's shaded there on the outside by Competitive Daddy, and Latin Force can see them all from 10 lengths behind those front markers. They went 23 and 2 for the opening quarter. In the front with Incredible Victor to the inside and High Ransom to the outside. They run in pairs. Right behind them comes West Dakota and My Boy Bomber. Every horse on the front part 35 to 1 or higher. In behind now, the favorite Rhino de Grace is making a conspicuous move and splitting horses. Supreme Leader taking the overland route. Behind them, Burn Boss is putting in a run, and the complexion changes dramatically, and the leader is High Ransom, but not for long, because Supreme Leader's moving in, and Supreme Leader takes the lead away, and the favorites now are set to settle the score as they charge down that Canterbury stretch. Supreme Leader from Rhino de Grace, a pesky High Ransom still there. High Ransom unwavering inside. Supreme Leader took that shot, and the lawn shock says no. Supreme Leader still there. High Ransom inside. High Ransom, Supreme Leader, too tight. Oh. They hit the wire together. And they're off. A little stumble for Divine Leader, and he's last. Hap Hot, patented early speed, taking that early lead. Happy Dancer trying to run with that one. Then it's Quality Rags to the outside, and Central Park, who's in among horses. Now after that slow start is Divine Leader. Then it's a couple lengths back to Bugler, and 10th Street Don likes to do his best work in the later stages. Hap, Hot, and Eddie G, the hot jock, lead it by a couple. Hap Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Mr. Paul Quinn leads us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. On the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under hazy skies. The main track is fast and the turf course is firm. Let's get our programs open, go over the changes on today's 8-race card. Race 1 starts the first 5, pick 5. It's a 50-cent wager with a 10% takeout. Last night in the first 5, it paid nearly $10,000. And in race 1 tonight, there are no changes to report of, including race 2. The early double is free and clear of changes. So turn to race 3 for the first set of scratches on the card. Race 3, take out the main track only, number 2, Il Capitano. Take out the 3, Last Martini. And take out the 7, Loring Park. 2, 3, and 7 are out of race 3. Race 4 starts the final 5, pick 5. The late pick 5 starts with no changes in the 4th. Moving onward to race number 5, which starts the pick 4. The late pick 4 starts in race 5 with a 5-furlong turf sprint. In that 5th race, we're going to scratch the 2, Flash Humor, the 11, Natural Causes, and the 12, Bavaria Road. With those scratches, number 10, I Can Do It, draws in. The 10 draws in. 2, 11, and 12 are scratched in race 5. Race 6, there is a scratch of number 1, Brewhouse. Race 6, the 1, Brewhouse, is the final scratch on today's card. Fast and firm, ready for a big day. We're going to get you set up by going over to the palatial television studio, anchored by Jeff Madej. We've got an update on all kinds of excitement here at Canterbury.
Well, thanks, Kevin, and here you are as well. In the
magic.
It is like the magic of television, and what a race card we've got today. 8 thoroughbred races and some excellent racing. You look at this first race, might as well be a stakes race. Tony's Tappet, stakes winner. Calibrate hit the board in a graded stakes out east. Tonka Warrior, stakes caliber horse. Unified Dreams won a stake race here earlier this meet. Slim Slow Rider, a stakes winner. This is a fantastic race. Usually you save the best for last. We're starting out perhaps with the best. And then in race number 3, I know you love this race because you've got 2 horses that you absolutely adore. 2 old timers. Tuco Bay, a 9-year-old, against the speedy Papa Rizzo, a 9-year-old. This is such a fun race card.
It is. Boy, both pick 5 sequences have the potential to just blow up today. We nearly got a couple carryovers last night in the pick 4 and pick 5, and we had half the field that wasn't covered. So I see a similar type of card. Don't be afraid today to take a swing. And I get it. I love Tony's Tappet in the first, but he's no lock. I'm going 3 deep on my pick 5 ticket, acknowledging he might be the best horse on the grounds, but I think his game is tapered more towards sprinting. Today it's a route which might take some of that starch out of his stretch kick, which has been so lethal. He's been unbelievably good so far this year, but this card is fantastic.
Absolutely. Great things in store. Now you may ask yourself, why has this guy got a plate of breakfast in front of himself? And what's with the Bloody
This
Mary?
Could be a breakfast all by itself, this Bloody Mary.
Yeah, it's the Taste of Canterbury, brunch and bubbly, and it's going on now. And you still got an hour to get involved. Now, you've already paid to get in the door, so you're going to get a reduced price to enjoy this. And the food is unbelievable. There's fried chicken. We've got French toast, roasted vegetable quiche, thick-cut bacon, pancakes. You'll get a couple of drinks. There's a Bloody Mary bar. There's a mimosa bar. And there's dessert as well. I saw some cobbler down there, some caramel rolls. Taste of Canterbury is great. It allows our culinary team to strut their stuff. And Kettle One is the sponsor of this event. And I'm telling you, they're buzzing down there.
It's exciting, right? I mean, these Taste of Canterbury events have been some of our most popular throughout the season. And it's a different crowd that we get. And the options, as Jeff just showed you, are spectacular. Our culinary team here, second to none. I've traveled to racetracks all around the country. I'll put Canterbury at the top of the list. The options here are the best, and I'm telling you, this Bloody Mary, my arm is getting sore just from lifting it. We've got bacon, we've got pickles, we've got peppers, cheese, shrimp. I'm going to dive right in, at least to the food part of it. I'm not going to drink on the job today. I think the bosses might be watching, but I'm going to tell you, get to that brunch, have a great time.
That's a meal in and of itself. You could live on that every day, just
No
that
doubt.
Bloody Mary. That's all you would ever need for the rest of your life. It's fantastic. So coming up next week, Thursday night racing, $5 admission, $5 beer, $5 post time. Lots of fun. Then on Friday, we've got a comedy show. That's right, part of the summer concert series, Joe Gatto, Let's Get Into It tour. He kicks it off here. It's the first leg of a long tour for Joe Gatto. That's going to be a lot of fun. We race on Sunday, September 1st. We've got dog racing. We've had, I don't know how many different breeds of dogs, 5 or 6 breeds of dogs. Well,
they all converge. The top ones come back.
It's fantastic. That's a fun day. I know you love it. And we race on Labor Day, too, Monday, Labor Day. Now, I left out Saturday, and I left it out for a reason because that's really the highlight of the entire week for us that love horse racing, Festival of Champions.
Yeah, we celebrate the game here in our home state. The Minnesota breds, the local connections, the top horses that have been bred here and raced here all their lives. We've got future stars with the youngsters. We've got superstars that have been here and done that. This is a magical night for all of us that have been out here for 20-plus years, some for 30. It is one of those nights that tugs at your heartstrings each and every year. Make plans to be here for Festival next Saturday. The card is spectacular. All the right horses are lined up. Yes, it's going to be a big night of racing.
You look at the Princess Elaine. Midnight Current has won the race the last 2 years. Let's Skedaddle finished second to Midnight Current the last 2 years. This may be the end of a Hall of Fame career for Midnight Current. This might be her last race before she becomes a broodmare. That is going to be a very competitive race. I'm not ready to just hand it to Midnight Current. She should win, but there's other talent in here.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to have to work for it. And, if it is her final and big swan song, what a night to do it, right? I mean, she's been so dominant against Minnesota breds. She is a consistent racehorse, and she's versatile. She can show speed. She can sit mid-pack. She's won from way off the pace. Angela Herman, who has more passion for the game than almost anybody I know, loves this racehorse for a reason. She puts her heart out there every single time she runs. That's what, to me, Festival Night's all about. You know, these are horses that we've really watched from their first days as a racehorse now to the very end of their careers. And then we get to watch, you know, as you mentioned, when she's a broodmare, we get to watch her offspring here for years and hopefully decades to come. She's just a really, really special racehorse.
The Bellinote Distaff Sprint, that too has some possibilities. The Speedy Thunder's Rock and Roll, Extreme Diva, who went down to Oakland and not won just once, but won twice, including a $150,000 stake. Extreme Diva, very good. And then if there's speed, there's some closers. How do you see this race?
Well, I think Birdie Begone's the X factor because this is a horse that's going to get the setup. And you mentioned the speed. Extreme Diva's pinned inside. She likely has to go. We know St. Serena's fast. Thunder's Rock and Roll is all speed. And She's My Warrior is also a pace factor. So can Lover Girl or Birdie Begone, who are a cut below on speed figures, get the trip because somebody might lock up early? I'm fascinated by the inside horse, Extreme Diva, who did not enjoy the route last time, but she's just a better and different horse at a sprint distance. This is an example of the races we're going to get. You know all these horses. You almost don't even need the racing form, but boy, are they going to be fun races to watch unfold.
I had a chance to visit with trainer Joel Berndt this morning to talk about Street Warrior, who is the favorite in the Croc Rock, and he did a little math on his whiteboard for me. Wrote down a 13. Wrote down a 3. 13 minus 3 is 10. The Alligator Hunters won 13 races. Street Warrior, undefeated, 3 for 3. But so he knows this horse is talented, but he knows when a 3-year-old steps up to face older, stakes-quality horses, things could get more difficult.
It's a tough assignment. And, you know, this is the deepest water this horse has been in. Undefeated, pure speed, pure talent. And I get it. Joel was hoping to be under the radar. You come in 3 for 3, everybody knows about you. You've got these big speed figures that are up close to 90, but you are a 3-year-old facing some salty veterans. And the one thing about the Alligator Hunter we know is he's going to be up near the front making things difficult. So it opens up that race for all kinds of different handicap and angles. Another race where you look at it, see, there's just 6 horses in there and the favorites are legit. They are, and there's only 6, but there's like 5 different options. So that's what makes the card that much more fun to handicap and bet.
Yeah, this is going to be a fabulous card. That all happens Saturday night with a 5 o'clock post time. Now, let's take a look at the Loeffler leaderboard because things got interesting last night. Eddie G continues to chip away.
Yeah, Eddie G, maybe the best gate jockey at the track. You watch day in and day out how efficient he is leaving the gate. He puts his horses in position. Fuentes is the one to beat. Don't count out the bug boy. Carmona's had an unbelievable summer, and when he has a live mount, they fire. So it's going to be a race to watch all the way through the end of September.
Absolutely. In the trainer standings, Mac Robertson's still the leader, but Jose Silva Jr., he continues to win races, and he's got some live horses today as well.
Well, Silva's got a big barn, too, and he's not afraid to race. That's what, people always talk about Mac's, horses look so good in the paddock, and he's got all these great owners, but Mac puts them in the spot they belong in, and he runs his horses. He doesn't sit on them on the backside, and that's why year after year he's the guy to beat. Silva and Berndt, I still think, have a legitimate chance to run him down, but, Mac has owned September at this racetrack as long as I've been working out here, and that's 2 decades, so everybody better pack a lunch. He's still the guy that finds a way to win late in the season. His horses stay sharp, and that's key.
Absolutely. If you want to do your own handicapping, and you should, we've got the Steam team. We've got Paul, we've got Kevin, we've got Angela, but if you want to do some of your own work, bristnet.com, free Canterbury past performances each and every race day. Now, how about these pick 5s? I know you're a fan, and that 10%, you like pick 5s in general, but the 10% takeout at Canterbury, the lowest in the nation, makes them extra attractive.
Well, yeah, and the big fields we've had all year and the tough handicapping assignments, favorites are no lock around here, and it's been fun this year. We had a chance last night to make some real money, had a couple of close calls and missed it, but today is another one of those cards where I think every public handicapper is sitting and looking at this card saying, I don't want to go for 8. It's possible. If the horse in the first doesn't win and Win Trip in the middle of the card doesn't win, these other races are really deep and challenging. So play those pick 5s today, and if you can find a couple long shots, they have the potential, like last night, to pay up near $10,000 in a blink.
Absolutely. We've gotten lucky that we've decided to make those take out 10% because it's attracted people to our races, and they don't just play the pick five, they play the other pools, and that's why our handle's been really good, and that leads to some big payoffs as well. So it's a great structure that we have here, adding that second pick five. Take advantage of it. Now, coming up next today at the races, you're going to want to get down to the paddock. It's a steamy day, but you want to join our talent out there, Paul Allen and Angela Herman. They're coming up next, and it's all brought to you by Touchdown Tile.
Hey, welcome to Canterbury Park, and for those of you who have been here for many years, you may recognize that was the theme song for a TV show we used to do called The Canterbury Report. And anytime Angela Herman, yours truly, Paul Allen, speaking for those in the Canterbury Press Box, anytime I hear that song, I always think of Dark Star doing The Canterbury Report, race number 5 out here at Canterbury, so-and-so's favorite, load them up, let them rip, race 5 right out of the park. And then he would read the prices and go on to the next one, and I just miss Dark, and I missed that song, and good afternoon.
I have plenty of VHS of the Canterbury Report if anybody would like to take a gander through that with a functional VCR.
Right.
But I think of Dark, I think of you, I think of the old Canterbury races, and it kind of reminds me that festival is coming around the corner because that used to be one of my favorite shows to watch. If you ever heard me getting in trouble as a kid, it happened a fair amount, but a lot of times it was because I was up past my bedtime watching the Canterbury Report.
Wow.
I know.
That's awesome.
And I always made sure that it was for festival day, that I would always watch it live. I did not want to watch it recorded. I didn't want to read the results in the morning. I wanted to see who won that night. And so the Canterbury Report has I'm sure that was a strategic play with putting that music first, but a lot of memories for me with that, with you, Kevin, with Dark, with everybody that was a part of it. I really wanted to someday, and maybe we'll get that back on the air. Make it happen.
And Festival of Champions is next week, and also Best in Show for the dog racing. Jeff and KG just talked about that, and that's where the Corgis meet the Bulldogs and they meet the Bassets, and it really is quite the spectacle. So if you're not leaving town next week, we race through Labor Day, 1 o'clock racing on Monday. Festival of Champions Day, forever is my favorite day at Canterbury. Is this still your favorite day?
Yes. very much so my favorite day. And for people who come to the track especially, and we have quite the on-track crowd, those are the names that you're going to recognize because you've seen them over the years. They're Minnesota breds. They're all of us. You know, it's time to celebrate it. We celebrate it at the fair. We celebrate it with the Festival of Champions. And the best of the best meet in several different kinds of races. Jeff and I kind of alluded to this in the fluffer yesterday, that you don't get horses that have to go in spots that don't necessarily fit them on Festival Day. You get them generally at their best because they have a spot that fits them, and you can really see these stars shine. And our best Minnesota breds take that from Festival and generally go elsewhere in the fall. And sometimes they can make some noise at prices wherever they head to next, just because they've been facing state bred competition. And there's a lot of ability with some of these horses that we're going to see, including some very exciting 2-year-old prospects in the Northern Lights Debutante and the Northern Lights Futurity. It's just a great day from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, horse racing, you know, to a certain extent, for all of us involved, is a game of hope. I mean, we're handicapping, we're putting together pick 5s and pick 4s and making win bets, and we are hoping the deduction leads to the right answer. On the other side of it, you have those who own the horses and they breed the horses, then they train and or they ride. But from an owner and or breeder standpoint, I mean, we're down to 3 days. You know, we cut days this year. We're in a transition period, and there are just a lot of people for many decades who have had faith in Minnesota racing. They've had hope that what they're breeding is going to lead them to memories in the winner's circle and or profit. And specifically that day, Festival of Champions Day, nothing but Minnesotans, nothing but hope for those who have bred them over the years, despite the climate of racing at Canterbury being here. And that's really the number one draw for me, Festival Day, just rooting for all these familiar names that we've known throughout the years to finish first, second, or third with a purse of 60 to 100 so they can scoop some chips and pay some bills and do it again, you know?
Yeah, it's their day. It is their day to shine. And generally, this is a target for a lot of barns and a lot of horses and the connections that try to get them to their very best on Festival Day. And just another element that makes it a lot of fun. But you get to celebrate with the horses, the people, all of us, you can tell, get very amped up for Festival Day. So if you can join us, I know there's a lot going on that weekend, but it's worth the trip. And the Festival of Champions is a lot of fun.
So I'm on an airplane last night flying from Philadelphia watching Canterbury Park on the YouTube stream. And I see a race where I think one of the horses was gray. There was like a 30 to 1 and a 45 to 1. Bam, bam, you know, battling each other. I think a 7 to 1, 9 to 1 ended up winning the race. But then, you know, I get up to the press box today and I hear that there were multiple pick 4 and pick 5 carryover possibilities yesterday.
There were.
We had one on Thursday, and we had the potential of one. And then I look at today's card, and it just seems to be wide open. It just seems to be, even if you don't use daily racing form or past performances to handicap, this looks like one of those days to try the 10-cent superfecta, maybe with 4, 5, 6 horses boxed or whatever, or with the pick 4s or pick 5s to take some chances. It looks like we might have some nice payoffs today. What do you think?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think that kind of shows with how much we agree and how much the three of us disagree, because there are some cards where we're unanimous in 5 of the 8 races. That's not the case today, and I think that we have good, strong opinions on a few of them that are opposing each other, too.
Michelle Tafoya at the racetrack. Holy cow. Good to see you.
Mike, and Johnny the Mouse Mickelson.
Yeah, well,
Tell me one more time as I hold your hand that you don't love me.
I know. He's the master of the Canterbury Report. We just don't see that too often. But the first race today with 6 battling here, and the morning line favorite, Tony's Tappet. Tony's Tappet's 8 to 5. I mean, what an unbelievably cool race. Like Johnny the Mouse Mickelson says, this one is short on numbers. It's very long on talent. I mean, look at this. Tony's Tappet's trying to win 4 in a row. Calibrate off almost a year. This horse has just a slew of earnings. Tonka Warrior looking to win 3 in a row. Secret Potion looking to win 3 in a row. Unified Dreams looking to win 2 in a row as the Brooksfield champion. And then you got old Slim Slow Slider on the outside. I picked a 2-3-1. I didn't take Tony's Tappet this time. I've taken Tony's Tappet at least 2 of the last 3. But we're going to go a mile here, and Tony's Tappet has a couple of wins at a mile. But if there's a chance to get the horse, I think it might be today. I might be wrong. 2-3-1.
Oh, see, I thought the opposite, because Calibrate, you can see last year had a schedule when he went from Belmont to the Monmouth to Park. marks. And right about this time last year, they had to find an allowance for him. And this year, they found an allowance for him. It's hard to find a good, cozy spot for a horse like Calibrate. I just thought it might be a little bit short. And for a horse that has his style, I think that he may end up further behind than he wants to be. That's all. I think Tony Stappett can stay close to the front, probably lead them all the way. And I took it 1, 2, 3. Maybe it's that easy. That won't be a profitable way if it comes in that way. But Tony Stappett just loves it so much here. I was trying to think on the way down. Can you think of too many horses in recent history that can completely 180 their form when they come up here the way that this horse can? Because there's some that just love it.
Yeah.
And he's one of them, and I don't think it matters the distance. It's just a matter of finding him a clear path and getting him on that dirt because he just loves it so much.
Yeah, and he's versatile. I mean, even at 6 furlongs, we're right up on the lead in a 45 half, or we're chasing a 44 and 3, and then way out in the middle of the track last time. And in fact, Fausto da Silva did not basically do any work on this horse. I mean, he just did it all on his own. That's how sharp he is. But I'm going to try to beat him today. I'm going to take Calibrate, indeed, off a layoff. But nevertheless, we have a victory at Canterbury, and I think we're going to sit right off the pace and hopefully have enough with the leading man to prove victorious. I think Tonka Warrior is also very sneaky in this spot. This one's really sharp. I'm going to go 2-3-1 in a race number 1. No win bet for me here, but I will use multiple in my pick 5. Now, the second race, this is when we say the Steam team, Angela, Kevin Gorgan, yours truly, we'll come together occasionally on selections. But a lot today, Angela likes number 2, Making My Fortune. Kevin likes number 4, We Need a Favor. I like number 7, Honor the Giants, and we all have reasons. That's the unpredictability that I'm feeling and sensing is going to happen today. Making My Fortune. How are you going to make a fortune with this deuce?
He is going to come off the turf course, and not many 2-year-olds are going to have established turf form at that time, so I don't hold it against him too much. Even though he ran 3rd, I think that Making My Fortune is just going to get better with racing, regardless of what surface he's on or what distance he goes. I think it's a good spot for him, and we saw what a difference 2 starts makes yesterday. The winner of that 5th race yesterday that won at 7-2, he was the power play, by the way, had 2 starts on a lot of his competition that were either making their second start or who were debuting.
Yeah.
And no matter who's going to be the best horse in this race in the long run, those 2 starts give him an upper hand on some of the other horses in here. I don't care about the post. I don't really care about the fact that he didn't show speed the last time he was on the dirt. He made a decent move on the turn, and this horse is just going to continue to make step forwards as 2-year-olds do, but having those 2 under his belt, I think, puts him a step ahead. So I took it 2, 4, 1, and 3.
Yeah, this one's fascinating. Number 1, Perry County. By the way, on the turf, okay, we're on the main track, but from the inside with a really good gate jockey, Miguel Arroyo, you're going to have to gun, or else you're going to have to swing around them or potentially get in trouble. So, granted, on the turf, now the main track, 21-4, 45 and change. I mean, this horse is fast, and at second time has the right to improve. So I'm a little concerned about that one, even though I didn't take Perry County in the top 3. These 2-year-old races are so unpredictable because the first-time starters. I mean, look at number 3, Indy Freedom. This one's 3-1 on the morning line. Brandon does a really good job with the morning line. It's trained by Tim Padilla, and Tim Padilla's top rider is Alonso Quinones, who ends up on Honor the Giants. But the same agent who has Q also has Constantino Roman, so we slide the second jockey to the Padilla horse. That's fascinating. We Need a Favor. This one. If you watch last race, this horse looked like a cinch at the top of the stretch. I mean, Kelsey moved the horse at the perfect time, about 4 or 5 wide, looked like a cinch, and then all of a sudden just kind of hung around. But I bet you he improves this time. Number 6, Follow My Heineken. This is a foal to Mr. Jägermeister, who made $700,000. So this one debuts for Valerie. And I end up on number 7, Honor the Giants. Q ends up on this one, which I think is big. And this one also is only trained in New Mexico, so nobody's seen the horse in the morning. I've seen that movie before, and generally it has a happy ending. So I'm taking a stab here with number 7, Honor the Giants. Follow My Heineken, by the way. When Gallardo and Lund get together, they win 28% of the time with a return on investment by Mousy of $3.36. Super compelling race. Take chances in here. I go 7-6-4. Angela likes number 2. Not mad at that a lick. And KG is on that Kelsey horse who looked like a winner last time. That's a fun race. Third race to the turf course. It's firm. For those of the hardcore variety, the rail's at 30. Scratch numbers 2, 3, and 7. 2, 3, and 7 of scratch. Got a bunch of veterans in here. Tuco Bay getting close but not winning. 9 years of age. Papa Rizzo looking to win 2 in a row. That one's 9 years old. Skippy Strike went favored last time. Took a large amount of late win wagering. And this one's 10 years of age. Fly Knightley's 8 years of age. I'm on face value. Angela also likes the Fuentes charge.
I do. He showed speed last time, but he's not a one-trick pony in that respect. I think that he can be placed where he needs to be, and putting that in the hands of Luis Fuentes on our turf course sounds good to me. I mean, I don't think
he's a good turf rider. You're right.
Well, yeah, and with a horse that gives him options, I don't think that Tuco Bay has as many from the rail. I think he's got to stay up in it. I think Mach 2 from his position has to go. And I think that Papa Rizzo, just being Papa Rizzo, has to go. So I think the face value will provide him the opportunity not only to save ground, but to come from a little bit off the pace if they go too quick. So I took him over Tuco Bay. I respect Tuco Bay and his love for this turf course. There's a lot of seconds in recent history as opposed to wins. I mean, for his last 13, at least over the last couple of years, you got 1 win, you got 7 seconds. So I'm going to use him underneath. And I did take Thick Hayes third. I respect Thick Hayes' chances. He has taken a little bit of a step up, but he deserves to based on the races that he's put in over our turf course. So 4, 1, 9, and 10.
Yeah, it's 4-1-9 for me. The only thing I can add there, Thick Hayes, last 2 on the turf, victories. I mean, and Thick Hayes won one of them at 9-1, and then took a little drop in class after that. Didn't get claimed, went favored, got the money over Kids Inheritance, mixed it up with the likes of Tuco Bay, Il Capitano, who's not in the race, but also is very fast. And Thick Hayes on the main track last time ran 4th, but this horse is 8 for 16 on the Canterbury turf course. So Thick Hayes loves it here. Definitely using that one in my pick 5, but I'm on face value. And I went back and watched the loss to Mr. Muldoon. And that was the day Matt Williams claimed the horse, then came back on the dirt in a race like this, lost to Last Martini. This horse looked like an absolute cinch as they turned for home, and then got tired. But this is the second race for the trainer, and Matt does good work. 27% here at Canterbury, 19 on the year. Fuentes rides. That Mr. Muldoon race was not bad. Because granted the horse may have been a little overmatched, but kind of ran around the track at the same speed as most of them a majority of the race, just not good enough to win. Mr. Muldoon's nice. I'm making a win bet on number 4 face value. 4, 1, and 9. Now we go to the 4th race, Miss Angela Herman, and this one begins the second of 2 pick 5s. And for those of you who don't know it, Canterbury Park has a horse racing low 10% takeout on our pick 5s, and all that money comes back to you, the consumer. No scratches, no rider changes here. Win trips, looking to win 3 in a row. This is a Steam Team triple up. Angela, Kevin, and yours truly, all on number 7, Win Trip. I don't love this horse. Kind of surprised that we're all on the same horse, even though the gelding's going to be favored. But I think there's some others in here who could do some damage. What about you?
Well, see, I looked at this field and I saw a lot of horses who have taken turns, beating each other, passing each other, just been in the same sort of spots, whereas Win Trip hasn't, because he's been working his way through his conditions. And I've seen horses like this from this barn before. I believe Runaway A-Train is one that comes to mind, where he's just going to keep on putting him in these spots until somebody buys him. But it's obvious that they've just found a level where he fits. He's not a maiden special weight. He's not an allowance kind of horse. So he's just going to keep on running him in these spots until they run out or until somebody buys him, and Win Trip keeps performing well. He does it from on the pace. He does it from just off the pace, and he drew outside. The 2 horses to his outside, I think, are going to fall away from the rest of them pretty well early. So I think that gives some wiggle room to Carmona, and that was just too much for me to pick against him. But I did take 7, 4, 9 because Meet Joe is on the cutback. I think Meet Joe will benefit from all the pace that's in here, and so will Storm in Hong Kong. Now, Storm in Hong Kong hasn't won in a while. I mean, it's been a little while for Meet Joe too, but both of these 2 should be picking up the pieces. I just think Win Trip will get the jump on them.
And it's been a little while for Forsaken also. I picked at 7-4-1. Roberto Morales is a good gate jockey, and he's going to get this one out of the gate. And I like how Angela put it. I mean, these horses take turns beating each other when you get down to the lower claiming level. It's infrequent they do the same thing 2 or 3 consecutive times, except for Win Trip. And Win Trip just stays right around here at the $7,500 class level, does enough to get up and prove victorious. Despite the course condition, it could be fast, it could be muddy. So that's why I fell into that horse. I think Forsaken's going to run a big one today from the inside and may not win, but from an exacta, trifecta, or superfecta standpoint, that's really all you need to send those prices up to a number where if it happens in the first race, you get free chips from Bo Diddley's. I'm going to go 7 7, 4, and a 1 in race number 4. Today at the races, courtesy of Touchdown Tile and TouchdownTile.com. Turf course, scratch numbers 2, 11, and 12. That old sneaky Icon Dewitt got into the race. Old Icon Dewitt got into the race. Didn't put much time into that one, but Angela and Kevin are both on number 7, El Encanto. I took that one second, and I took Big Producer debuting first. What led you guys to, or what led you to this one?
Well, before I Can Do It was in the field, I just didn't love a whole bunch of horses that could pass.
Right.
And even though El Encanto broke a little bit slow and he's shown speed since then, he has run on the turf sprinting before. He broke very slow that day. He stayed near the back. He moved up a little bit wide. He didn't make the turn all that well. It was just a pretty, trouble-ridden debut race. They've yelled at him. He's been off this entire year, and they still put him back in maiden special weight going 5. Obviously, they've seen something that they like, and I think that El Encanto from the outside can be a whole different horse off this layoff now that we've had all these changes in play and all the time off. I was against Catalina Crush. I'm still against Catalina Crush.
Yeah.
There's been enough chances here. I don't know if less distance is going to help him so much as it's going to help some of his competition. I did use your horse in second, but I am very interested in Conduit, and I will say add I Can Do It, because notice the barn that's scratched to get him in. It was one or the other, and obviously he would rather run I Can Do It than Flash Humor. So if he thinks that this horse has a better chance, I do too. And the races that he's posted going 5 on our turf make him a player in here. So even though it's 7, 3, and 6 for me, the 10 very much involved.
It's 3, 7, 6 for me. I'm not out here timing works and looking at team drills, all right? So we have a by faith facet of taking number 3, Big Producer. Mac Robertson forever has been good with first-time starters. It was a little slow to go this year, but now it's at 20% with an ROI of 140. They paid $75K for the horse. De Silva, it can be argued De Silva is one of our very best turf riders here at Canterbury Park. Wasn't super familiar with his turf work when he got here, watched all of these new riders, and Fausto jumps out for me on the turf. So I fell into that one. Okay. With Catalina Crush, you're right. The 3-year-old has an abundance of early speed, or is forwardly placed, but just lost at 4-5, 4-5, and even money. If this one wins, it's not going to be a big surprise to me because the horse has talent. But no, I ain't betting to win on that. Now with El Encanto, Luis Fuentes had ridden Catalina Crush 3 consecutive times and rides for Matt Williams, and I would assume he had his choice here between that one and El Encanto. So now again, taking a leap, I'm guessing Luis Fuentes has been getting on El Encanto in the morning, and he likes what he feels, and he thinks that he has an opportunity to get the jockey share of what the owners get from a $30,000 race. So that's why I took that one second. 3, 7, and 6 in race number 5. Race number 6, we go to the John Deere Dirt, scratch number 1, Brewhouse. 6-4-3 for me. I fell into Chocolate Freckles with no real conviction. Kevin's on Connie. And you have Cocktail Slippers. Martinez and Roman. What led you there?
I was just hoping that I'm the speed of the speed with this horse. That's all that I'm really hoping, because Cocktail Slippers is so quick. And she had run fine on the dirt down at Turf Paradise. It just looks like she was a very precocious 2-year-old. She was very good at... she was a very precocious 3-year-old, I guess I would say. She came to hand very early. She reeled off her first 3, and since then we just haven't seen the same Cocktail Slippers. Now, whether it's an issue, whether it's just the competition, she's in for 5. If she can still run at all, she should be able to show it against this group, and she should be able to do it on the front end.
Right.
Now, Check Cash and Connie, she did not have a great performance on May 25th. She's been off since then, but she's also back at the same level. He doesn't drop her to 4. He doesn't drop her to 5. I take that as he doesn't drop her to 4. But Check Cashing Connie, I thought was working out well enough. He puts Betty Jo Williams on her. I think that she'll be closer to the front end than she's been. So that was my hope with both of these two. Somebody would steal away with their speed of the speed, and they haven't been facing off against these horses over and over and over again. So I took it 2, 5, 6, and 7.
Right, and Cocktail Slippers very well could be the fastest to the top of the stretch. I know Chocolate Freckles is going to give her very best to be speed and outside of her. Hopefully they're not, out there cooking each other with Pageant Perfect, making it a 3-horse pace battle. By the way, Kiba lucky day, is also very fast. Pat Scal's the wild card in this race for me because Pat Scal won so impressively 3 starts ago, then just, with all due respect, was dull the last 2 times. But Bob Klein does really good work with horses, and on the cutback here, I have Pat Scal second, and I will be using her in my pick 5 at 6-4-3. The 7th race is the penultimate, and it is our final turf race. We have no scratches or rider changes. Now, Grace Lace 5-1 on the morning line. This one's 0 for 15. I picked that horse a couple of times. Didn't this time, but I thought it was tough getting around Grace Lace, who does have some skill. I went with Sky Kid. You're on Baby Doll Peach.
I am a Baby Doll Peach because her really only good lifetime race was on the turf,
Right.
0-5, and she had been off forever. And Joel Burt put 3 of them in here.
Right.
If I'm going to rate all the 3 of these against each other going 5 on the turf, I'm taking Baby Doll Peach. Given that she has the outside post, yes, of course, she is a daughter of Midnight Loot. You know, she's 4. She got a late start to everything, and
Right.
she's still in for maiden special. I don't mind that. She's almost 5, and still doesn't want to lose her, and she doesn't have very much experience, so there must be some ability. We'll just see if it comes back out now that she's on the turf course. I'm a little interested in Island Jive. We'll see what she can do. I just think she'll want more distance maybe down the line, and it took her almost a year to get back to the races. I took Midship Molly second. She makes all kinds of sense. I think she moved up big time last time, obviously going over the turf. She must prefer that at this point in her career. Why wouldn't she? I believe she's a half her full to Shipmate, or full, I believe, to that filly who liked the turf an awful lot here.
Yeah.
Grace Lace I use underneath. Your filly is a have to factor that. Hell of the North. She could be all kinds.
Wow.
But Sky Kid just didn't show much of anything at first
Nothing.
asking. So we need a big step forward, but she's eligible to do that. My question was, we've only seen her work out twice in
Right.
May.
Perfect.
So
Perfect. I mean, it's the same thing with that Mac Robertson, Betty Joe Williams first timer I took
That's
like
fair.
3 weeks ago.
Very fair.
It's like, okay, rider hasn't won since 2021 or whatever. 2 works. Perfect. Double my wager.
There we
it's
go.
Mac in situations like this. And I'm kind of doing
Mac we trust.
And I'm kind of doing the same thing here. Sky and Sea is a former Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. And now this one was bet to 5-1 in a 9-horse field. Maybe that's because the trainer is the most successful in the history of the track. But I'm going to watch the wagering on this. I'm just taking a flyer here. Emery and Avery puts blinkers on. I do believe the filly will improve. Island Jive has the Litza 2-3 angle. And it's another one for Burnt with Carmona. And Angela's horse, Baby Doll Peach, is the only to hit the top 3 at the distance on the turf. Oh, by the way, number 7 is Ellis Steam, who raced against maiden claimers at Ellis Park. So I think this one's one of those wide open races. I take it 2, 3, and 1. Then there's Charlie Paints on the inside, who's she's enigmatic because she's gifted, and I want her to win. She's a really sweet filly. She's just not winning. Race number 8. With no scratches, no rider changes. We have a first-time starter here named Threat Analysis, and 2/3 of the Steam team is chasing the debutante. I'm going to go with Red Volta, and that's speed on the inside, 1, 4, and 3.
I was very curious about this filly just in basically process of elimination. I had it down to Red Volta. She's got a ton of speed, but Red Volta hasn't been hanging on at 5, so an extra half furlong is going to be the test for her. If she can do it, she can do it, and I won't be surprised at all if she takes them wire to wire. But we do both like Threat Analysis. You know, she's by Jimmy Creed, only an 11% first-time sire. And, I mean, that's pretty average in terms of first-timers. Now, she's also the first foal of a mare called Cult Classic, and she was 3 for 8. She won by 5 first out at Calder for Ralph Nix. And Ty Garrett's won with both of his most recent first-time starters.
That's good steam.
He doesn't have a whole ton of them, but yeah, he's won with his last 2. I believe was at maybe Turf Paradise and Arapahoe. It was, or maybe a Zia and Arapahoe. But either way, I mean, he chooses his spots very well, and it looks like there's a lot of work into this filly. So if they've waited this long to debut her, I'm going to figure that she's cranked to 100, and I'm going to take it 4, 1, 7, and 3.
And that's what makes Angela the learned and most prominent member of the Steam team. Minutia like that, which Kevin and I either don't take time to find or we just can't find it. And that was really, really nice.
Thanks.
For Angela Herman, I'm Paul Allen. Stay cool today at Canterbury Park. Enjoy the park and all it has to offer. And join us whenever you can because racing comes to a conclusion a month and change from now. Late September, we race through Labor Day next week. CanterburyPark.com for information. Joey Gatto's here Friday. He's really, really funny. So come see that too. For all of us here at Canterbury, thank you very much for joining. Have a wonderful day.
And the horses are coming onto the track for this afternoon's first race. Welcome to Pepsi Family Day here at Canterbury. Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, $1 pick 3, and the marquee bet of the race 1 menu is the 50-cent first 5 pick 5. Has a 10% takeout, which is lowest in the industry. Last night, the first 5 paid just short of $10,000. I'll have a ticket for you here after the post-parade. Pick 5 and race number 1 on this sultry Sunday. Kick off in 5 minutes. All right, fans, with the warmer temperatures, it's going to be a shorter time from when the horses come on the track to when they get to the gate. So your cadence is a little bit different today. Adjust accordingly. 3 minutes now to the pick 5. Here's my ticket, and I'm going to tell you right now, if you modify my ticket in the first, do yourself a favor and add the 3 Tonka Warrior. The jockey Gallardo yesterday was awesome. He won 3 races. He's near the top of the standings. And the hottest handicapper in the building yesterday was the Minnesota Star Tribune handicapper Jay Litza. You need to take a look at his picks. He loves this 3-horse, and he was on fire at Saratoga and Canterbury yesterday. So I've got 1, 2, and 5 in a wide-open race. You can definitely add the 3 and feel confident that that might be one of the modifications you make. Second race was tough. 2-year-olds with very little form. I use the inside 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's that kind of card. I have a strong opinion in the third. I think the pace is going to back up. I think the horses that can sit off it and pounce are going to win. I use the 1, Tonka Bay, and the 9, Thick Haze. That's one of the few races where I have a lot of confidence on a very, very tricky card. Race 4, I'll use 6 and 7, Wind Trip. The most likely winner on the card today in race number 4 is that 7. And in the 5th race, to close it out, 6, 7, and 10. My top pick is 10 to 1. It's the power play. It's El and Canto. I'll get to the details on that later in the card. $72 ticket before that modification. 1, 2, 5 with 1, 2, 3, 4 with 1, 9 with 6, 7 with 6, 7, and 10. And again, my modification here, as I just talked this through, would be to add the 3 in race 1 and maybe single the 7 in race 4. It changes the dynamic of the ticket, but I am very fearful of Tonka Warrior, who's getting bet like a good thing here in the first. You've got 2 minutes to get that pick 5 in and enjoy what should be a spectacular Sunday of racing at Canterbury Park. Good luck.
It's race time into the gate for the first on a steamy Sunday in Shakopee, Minnesota. Tony's Tappet is the 3-2 favorite. Tonka Warrior 9-5 right behind that one. And Sunday we begin with a 6-pack. Tonka Warrior in search of 3 in a row has gone in. And here is Slim Slow Slider. Canterbury Park starter is Oscar Quitos. Happy Sunday, and here they are. And they're racing. All 6 off squarely. Secret Potion in search of 2 in a row with some speed. Secret Potion's 25-1. Calibrate off the layoff is second. Tony's Tappet in tightly, throwing the head up too. Tony's Tappet just off the heels of Calibrate. Absolutely wants to fly and is being restrained. Overtaken by Unified Dreams, the Brooksfields champion third, and joined by Slim Slow Slider, who's wide around the turn, and Tonka Warriors only 3 lengths last. They're covered by 2.5 now, all 6 by 2.5. Up the barn side they go. Calibrate pulls the leading man to the lead. Calibrate leads it by an ever-widening half. After that, Secret Potion, Slim Slow Slider outside of them. Tony's Tappet creeping through to the inside with 3.5 to travel. Tonka Warrior still waiting for a safe place to run to the inside of Unified Dreams, and they're still covered by 2.5, 3 lengths now. They have 3 furlongs to travel. Secret Potion, this long shot, makes a move on Calibrate. Those two travel in perfect harmony, and Tappet looking to win 4 in a row, all bottled up to the inside of Tonka Warrior, who shoved on. Then it's Slim Slow Slider and Unified Dreams. Secret Potion in front. Calibrate's tired. Tony's Tappet, ample opportunity to the inside if good enough. Here's Tonka Warrior surging on the outside. Tony's Tappet, Tonka Warrior, and Secret Potion. But Tony's Tappet is too good again. Handles the distance and wins 4 in a row. Number 1, Tony's Tappet ran first. 1:3:42 in 1:38.39. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Maker's Mark, the Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Pepsi. It is Pepsi Family Day. Our featured groups include the Colvins, Pete Berlute, the Dine family, those here for the Jack Walsh Memorial, Reliance Bank's Summer Party at Canterbury Park, the Tuft, Locke, Jerabek, and O'Connell Group, and Murray and Associates. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Tony's Tappet and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner, Kirk Sutherland, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Behold the streaker. Tony has won 4 in a row. Race 1, the Rain When I Die, is official. Race number 2 is on the John Deere Dirt. We have pick 4 wagering. It's only 50 cents. Select the winners of races 2, 3, 4, and 5 and hit that pick 5. 2-year-old maidens get center stage 20 minutes from now. That one is courtesy of Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Thank you, Apple. And also Xfinity Comcast and XfinityMobile.com. And they're racing. All 6 off squarely. Secret Potion in search of 2 in a row with some speed. Secret Potion's 25-1. Calibrate off the layoff is second. Tony's Tappet in tightly, throwing the head up too. Tony's Tappet just off the heels of Calibrate. Absolutely wants to fly and is being restrained. Overtaken by Unified Dreams, the Brooksfield's champion, third, and joined by Slim Slow Slider, who's wide around the turn, and Tonka Warriors only 3 lengths last. They're covered by 2.5 now, all 6 by 2.5. Up the barn side they go. Calibrate pulls the leading man to the lead. Calibrate leads it by an ever-widening half. After that, Secret Potion, Slim Slow Slider outside of them. Tony's Tappet creeping through to the inside with 3.5 to travel. Tonka Warrior still waiting for a safe place to run to the inside of Unified Dreams, and they're still covered by 2.5, 3 lengths now. They have 3 furlongs to travel. Secret Potion, this long shot, makes a move on Calibrate. Those two travel in perfect harmony, and Tappet looking to win 4 in a row, all bottled up to the inside of Tonka Warrior, who shoved on. Then it's Slim Slow Slider and Unified Dreams. Secret Potion in front. Calibrate's tired. Tony's Tappet, ample opportunity to the inside if good enough. Here's Tonka Warrior surging on the outside. Tony's Tappet, Tonka Warrior, and Secret Potion, but Tony's Tappet is too good again. Handles the distance and wins 4 in a row.
Welcome out to the paddock. My name is Kevin Gorg, one of the track analysts to take you through the procession today on Pepsi Family Day. There's a silver lining when the state fair starts is with the big crowds we see on Sunday certainly are impacted by that big festivities over in St. Paul. So take advantage today. Less lines for the pony rides, the petting zoo, and the face painting, the wonder of it all. For all of us to cut our teeth on handicapping the races, if you can find a better horse right now on the grounds than Tony's Tappet, please stand up. This horse continues to sparkle. That field in race 1 was loaded with stakes caliber horses. He didn't have a good trip. He had nowhere to go. He was under a triple hammerlock, and he still wins. This horse is remarkable. I will be very curious to see where Jose Silva moves this horse after we get done here. There's got to be a $100,000 or $200,000 stakes race somewhere in the Midwest this horse can run in and pack a lunch, man. This horse is sharp. Great training job by him. De Silva fits him like a glove, too, with his patience in the saddle. So we went from the veteran race horses in race 1 back to where it all begins in race 2. These are babies. These are 2-year-olds. They're as young as any horses on the track. And a lot of times handicapping these races can be tough because you've got a couple horses in here that have tried a race. Most of these horses have only done the morning workout thing. So this is their very first time out here in front of a crowd and racing against a bunch of other horses. So yeah, if you're playing the pick 4, which starts right here, you're going to probably want to spread a little bit. We'll start with number 1, Perry County. And this horse had a really nice debut on the turf. So I find this super interesting. The horse ran second on the turf, and a very good trainer in Veronica Litvin puts this horse back on the dirt, which tells me this horse probably has some versatility. And the feedback that she's getting from the morning workouts tell her this horse doesn't mind a little kickback. This horse looks like a talented runner, getting bet like the horse is probably going to do good things right now. 9-2 seems like a fair price. Number 2 is your morning line favorite for Valerie Lund. This is Making My Fortune, and what an advantage this horse has, having raced a couple times already. So many horses in here still trying to figure things out, and he's been out there not once but twice, and he's gotten better with each start. Absolutely, positively the horse to beat, but he hasn't run fast enough where you're going to think, I can single this horse. No way. But the 2-horse, the most likely winner, I'll acknowledge that on paper at 5-2. Love to see a first-time starter take early money in the betting. With no races, the handicappers have no idea. So the people that take care of the horses normally get their bets in early. Grooms, the walkers, the people that are connected to the ownership. And the 3-horse is taking early money, and that's a good sign. The workouts are spectacular. The bloodlines are there. They purchased this horse for $17,000. And, boy, big-looking horse as they come out of the enclosure. Muscle, legs, the whole thing. This horse looks like a runner. That's Indy Freedom. I'm going to land on number 4, and I thought that this horse would give us a little fair market value. This is We Need a Favor. Kelsey Haar for Bobby Klein. Familiar connections. We've talked about Kelsey Haar this season at Canterbury. Her average winning mutual when she wins a race is up over 10-1. Now, we're not going to get any kind of number like that here. Right now, we're 4-1. The debut was good, not great, but I think second-time starting maidens have the biggest window for improvement. They've been there and done that now one time, and second time out, they can really jump up and run a big race. I'll try the 4, We Need a Favor. 5 is Tap the Kid, Valenzuela for Bernie Roan. Same story with the 4. One start, didn't go the way this horse probably wanted to, but second time out, can the horse jump up and improve? Right now, 9-1. Do note the horse tried turf in the debut, and dirt racing is completely different. 6 is Follow My Heineken. Gallardo won 3 last night. Keep an eye out for him. Valerie Lund trains this one as well. Lukewarm workouts, but very good bloodlines. That attaboy Roy thing is legit. 7 is Honor the Giants. Paul Allen, our track announcers, had a real good summer handicapping the horses. His pen landed here, and PA's got a 7-1 shot with good bloodlines and a couple of good works, including one at Rodeso Downs, 48-1 breezing from the gate. I would expect the 7 for PA might flash a little speed. Let's take a look at the heat, and I'm telling you, if you're watching on television monitors throughout the Greater Divide playing the horses today, do note that it is a very warm day here in Shakopee. So we want to see how these horses look. Boy, the 2 makes a nice impression down here. Gorgeous looking coat. Not a lot of sweat, good energy, but manageable. As I mentioned, the 3 caught my eye right away. Big, strong for a 2-year-old. That is a mammoth-sized horse, and behaving pretty well as well. 4 looks good. 5 got a little warm early, but kind of settled into the whole procession here. And Paul Allenstout continues to catch my eye. That 7 horse, Honor the Giants, up on the toes, good energy and off those workouts. Looks like a horse that might flash a little gate speed. And I'm telling you, in these 2-year-old races, if you can get the early lead, these horses haven't yet figured out how to pass horses and manage themselves through a race. So excellent pick 4 that starts with a very tricky race to handicap. The Baby Boys sprinting to start that pick 4. And right now they're heading down the tunnel. Do note we've got a little less time before you need to get your bets in. They'll be at the gate inside 6 minutes. It's race 2. It's the babies. It's coming up and coming at you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's bugler is Lynn Dykert. Happy Sunday, Lynn. Thank you. Call to the post brings them onto the John Deere dirt. A cast of 2-year-olds take off 5 minutes from now. starter off his spot. 5 backed out. Stand by. Scratch number 4, we need a favor. Number 4, we need a favor, is a late scratch. Refunds available right now for Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and double wagers involving number 4. If you had this one in the first pick 5 or this pick 4 and you don't change, you receive the starting favorite. Likewise for pick 3s. There will be a consolation double paid to number 4. We need a favor from the winner of race 1, Tony's Tap It. Now they back them out, and we'll spin them about as they get We Need a Favor squared away. If you had a wager on number 4, you have a refund available right now. So head to the windows and re-wager if you are so inclined. That refund is available right now. And this one will take off probably about 3 minutes from now. All right, moving back in. Back in, Perry County in, Making My Fortune in, Follow My Heineken, next to Tap the Kid, Indy Freedom, and Honor the Giants, the New Mexico Steam, last in line. One out. Here come the babies. And they're racing. Follow My Heineken, Mr. Jägermeister's full brother. Off slowly. Great beginning for Making My Fortune off the layoff. Indy Freedom is a firster with good early speed. Perry County shoved on to keep up, 3 out of it. Indy Freedom bet down to 4-5, runs away by 2. After that, Follow My Heineken. Check that, Tap the Kid, then Follow My Heineken. And Honor the Giants is last and 13 out of it. Indy Freedom blazes the trail. Indy Freedom leads it by 2.5. Perry County Making My Fortune. Outside of that, Tap the Kid. Firster, Follow My Heineken has 8 to make up to leave them punch drunk. Then it's Honor the Giants and it come Indy Freedom and Roman keeping that red shadow roll in front. Changes leads beautifully. Does so with a 4-length lead. It is Indy Freedom finding the freedom of the winner's enclosure. And just one look, that's all it took for the impressive Indy Freedom. 3-1-5 in race 2. Number 3, Indy Freedom, first in 105.98. It's a 3:157 in race 2. Race 2, the It Ain't Like That official. Exacta $8.20. Trifecta $37.30. It was chalk all odds. Superfecta $25.74. Consolation double $3 and change. Real deal $8.60. The third race is our first turf race today. It's firm and the rail's at 30. Scratch numbers 2, Il Capitano, 3, Last Martini, and 7, Loring Park. Turf time, 20 minutes from now. And the third at Canterbury Park is provided by Anheuser-Busch and Tri-State Bobcat, your source for all compact equipment needs. Hey, quick reminder, September 7th, Tacos and Tequila at Canterbury. It's part of Taste of Canterbury. Tacos and Tequila, September 7th, presented by Don Julio. CanterburyPark.com/events to join. Indy Freedom takes down the Hashimoto. The winning owners, Barbara Waite and Tim Padilla. And the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Indy Freedom was ridden to victory by Constantino Roman. And they're racing. Follow My Heineken, Mr. Jägermeister's full brother, off slowly. Great beginning for Making My Fortune off the layoff. Indy Freedom is a firster with good early speed. Perry County shoved on to keep up 3 out of it. Indy Freedom bet down to 4 to 5, runs away by 2. After that, Follow My Heineken. Check that, Tap the Kid, then Follow My Heineken. And Honor the Giants is last and 13 out of it. Indy Freedom blazes the trail. Indy Freedom leads it by 2.5. Perry County Making My My Fortune. Outside of that, Tap the Kid. Firster, Follow My Heineken. Has 8 to make up to leave them punch drunk. Then it's Honor the Giants and Idicam, Indy Freedom, and Roman. Keeping that red shadow roll in front. Changes leads beautifully. Does so with a 4-length lead. It is Indy Freedom finding the freedom of the winner's enclosure. And just one look. That's all it took for the impressive Indy Freedom. 3-1-5 in race 2.
Okay, Spice Girls. We got some throwbacks today in the music. I like it. Now, let's move forward into race number 3. We go to the turf course, and here we have a couple of main track only scratches. Please take out the 2, take out the 3, and take out the 7. He was not a main track only, but we still got a nice group with not a ton of speed. So I ended up with some horses that would be towards the front, and one of those should be Tuco Bay. This Minnesotan is making start number 55, but some of his best work has come over this turf course, and he's put together a couple of second place finishes in a row. And one of those was on the main track. He's performed well over there too, but the turf has been his point of specialty for the most part. And Tuco Bay just has a handful of starts to him this year, got some rest between his fairgrounds runs and the one up here. He was actually claimed back by Gary Shearer. It's a nice sign, especially with a 9-year-old, but Tuco Bay just loves it up here and pays for himself. What's not to like? He is 3-1 at the moment, just a tick below face value at 7-2. Paul and I settled in on this newly turned Matt Williams trainee. He claimed him 2 back and got a second place finish last time around. Last Martini came out of nowhere and ran this one down, but he put in a good race on the front end, which was atypical for his usual style. This one has been coming from off the pace in recent times, but that versatility should give Luis Fuentes a bit of an option from the inside to either save ground, push the pace, or both. I mean, he really has some options with this horse, and he only has excuse me, 19 starts. There are some warriors in here, but face value still might have a bit more move forward to him on the turf, as he hasn't done too much work over it. Not the same case for Papa Rizzo, who is outside. This is another big fan of our grass, 5 for 16 to be exact, and 7-1 is the current price, double the morning line. He takes fields long on the front end, and he does it very well, usually taking ones all the way on moderate fractions. But Brian Pena and he really slowed things down last time and did a great job in taking that field all the way. He was clear from start to finish and beat West Island, who returned to win. There's some things to like about Papa Rizzo too, but that price is not going to last. Artie's Angel is taking some money. Connections have already had a good day, and Artie's Angel looks to hand them another win. Constantino Romano will be taking over the riding duties, and Artie's Angel is another one, kind of like my top pick face value, who has shown versatility at times, but most recently has been towards the back of the pack early. Artie's Angel hasn't done as much over our turf as he has at Tampa and Monmouth in the past. He's very well traveled. But Artie's Angel is probably going to be a good price if that's what you're in search of, and that price is 10-1. 6-1 on Mach 2, who looks to go back-to-back on the front end. Life will not be easy on the front end with all the speed that was drawn into here. It does help to have the scratch of Loring Park. However, this one managed to only get a maiden win. It'll be against winners now this time around. Or sorry, maiden win 2 back. Last time was his state-bred allowance win. Now Mach 2 is going to face open company. That could be a bit more difficult process, but Mach 2 still has been in very good form on this turf and this year in general. He's taken some steps forward, and you like to see that when he's going to take on this new level of competition and try to get his second win over our turf. 2-1 is the price you get on Thick Haze. Lots and lots of wins for this one. In fact, most of his career wins, 80% of them have come over our turf, and they've come from just off the pace. With an outside draw in Luis Valenzuela, you can see why this horse is at the price that he is. And in fact, the barn holds some very, very good runners, excuse me, with opposite styles for this race, as Joe Roberts has Thick Haze and bringing him in, trying to get win number 9 over our local turf. Just to his outside is Skippy Strike. This is another old vet. I mentioned a lot of them in here. Lots of experienced runners who usually come to get pieces, and Skippy Strike is one of those. He got a 4th last time around, but you can usually rely on him to fill out some part of a trifecta or a superfecta, and he's usually a good price. That's why I like him, not as much as Fly Nightly, as this one has tried our turf a few times. It started out pretty well for him against a relative level of horses, but he has not shown as much speed and not been as close in his last couple, and the post draw does not help things whatsoever. We're just about 5 or 6 minutes away from this third race. There's a power play coming your way, and an interesting group is headed out to the turf course for the third.
to the John Deere Dirt, then the Firm Turf Course for the third. Sands 2, 3, and 7. 5 minutes.
All right, just 3 minutes to post here for the third, but let's talk about our Tri-State Bobcat-sponsored power play later in the card, race 5. I've got a 10-1 today, El Encanto, that I like. Now, we'll start with the fact that this horse hasn't raced since December. It's a brand-new 3-year-old, so it's the 2-year-old to 3-year-old angle, and we've got the gelded. Yep, new gelding, fresh workouts, one career start on the turf, showed good speed at Remington and Oaklawn since, so the horse has improved with that early speed. But let's go back to this turf race, career debut, which told me this horse probably is going to like the turf because this is before the horse really figured out the whole race game. Looks very green here. Doesn't really look like a horse that's figured it out, but you can see right here, the horse kind of wavering in and out. This is a typical first-time starter that needed the race. Ends up, decent, not great. Probably in over his head that first time out. Now we're back with 3 more good races at Remington and Oaklawn. We're 10-1, and we figured out some early speed. I'm going to take a shot at a price, mix that horse into your tries and supers. Let's get paid. Thank you, Tri-State Bobcat, for the power play. 2-minute warning now for race 3.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the third, our first turf race today. Tuco Bay, the 9-year-old Minnesotan, 2.5 to 1. Thick Haze, fellow Minnesotan, 2.5 to 1. Mach 2 in search of 2 in a row, 6 to 1. Papa Rizzo in search of 2 in a row, 7 to 1. And Fly Nightly last in. All right now. And they're racing. Papa Rizzo being ridden for speed at 6 to 1, and the 9-year-old is spry on this Sunday, grabs it by 1. Mach 2 is in second, then it's Fly Nightly next. Tuco Bay tracks 4 lengths from the lead, right next to the rail and to the inside of Face Value. After that, it is Skippy Strike. That 10-year-old is 8 lengths out of it, and to the outside of Artie's Angel, and the one in last is Thick Haze, and the one in first is Papa Rizzo leading it by a half. In second, Mach 2 by a half. Fly Nightly is the one widest of those three, and about a length and a half clear from Tuco Bay. Tuco Bay is joined by Face Value under a very tight pull, pulling Fuentes right alongside Tuco Bay, 6 out of it, and Papa Rizzo picks up the tempo into the far turn, opens up by a length. After that, we come back to Skippy Strike, now 9 out of it with Artie's Angel, and Thick Haze is angled to the outside and beginning to close in. They're off the far turn, chasing Papa Rizzo, trying to be the big daddy 2 consecutive times. Papa Rizzo strides away by 2. In second is Mach 2. After that, it's Fly Nightly, Face Value, fully driven. A length and a half clear from Skippy Strike. Thick Haze, 8 out of it, and here they come. On the far outside, Fly Nightly with Mach 2 trying to run down Papa Rizzo. Face Value between them. Then it's Tuco Bay and Skippy Strike. It is Mach 2, and here comes Tuco Bay surging. Wow, that was fantastic. Tuco Bay prevails. Number 1, Tuco Bay in a thriller. The numbers: 1, 8, 5, 11. Third race, official. The trifecta paid 105.20. It was chalk all odds. Exacta 1-8, 39.70. 10-cent Superfecta 1-8, 5.11. 7.94 favorite on top. Race 4, John Deere Dirt. Fast. No scratches. Thank you, Maker's Mark. And thank you, Busch Light. Tuco Bay has won the Lady Aragorn into the winner's enclosure. Tuco Bay and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Al and Bill Allwelling and Gary Shearer. The winning trainer, who dat? Gary Shearer. Tuco Bay, Canterbury Park Immortality, is a 9-year-old brown gelding by Nico Bay out of Two by Me. Bred in Minnesota by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. We have a scratch in race number 6 being announced for the first time. Race 6, scratch number 5, Check Cash and Connie. Race 6, scratch number 5, Check Cash and Connie. And they're racing. Papa Rizzo being ridden for speed at 6-1, and the 9-year-old is spry on this Sunday, grabs it by 1. Mach 2 is in second, then it's Fly Nightly next. Tuco Bay tracks 4 lengths from the lead, right next to the rail and to the inside of Face Value. After that, it is Skippy Strike. That 10-year-old is 8 lengths out of it, and to the outside of Artie's Angel, and the one in last is Thick Haze, and the one in first is Papa Rizzo, leading it by a half. In second, Mach 2 by a half. Fly Nightly is the one widest of those 3, and about a length and a half clear from Tuco Bay. Tuco Bay is joined by Face Value under a very tight pull, pulling Fuentes right alongside Tuco Bay, 6 out of it, and Papa Rizzo picks up the tempo into the far turn, opens up by a length. After that, we come back to Skippy Strike, now 9 out of it with Artie's Angel, and Thick Haze is angled to the outside and beginning to close in. They're off the far turn, chasing Papa Rizzo, trying to be the big daddy 2 consecutive times. Papa Rizzo strides away by 2. In second is Mach 2. After that, it's Fly Nightly, Face Value, fully driven. A length and a half clear from Skippy Strike. Thick Haze, 8 out of it, and here they come. On the far outside, Fly Nightly with Mach 2 trying to run down Papa Rizzo. Face Value between them. Then it's Tuco Bay and Skippy Strike. It is Mach 2, and here comes Tuco Bay surging. Wow, that was fantastic. Tuco Bay prevails.
gets up between horses and gets the job done with a big late hit in race number 3. Now the 4th will start our final 5. This one is going to be back on the main track going 5.5 furlongs. And remember, that's a 50-cent minimum wager. It's 10% takeout. If you already have your early one going, there's some favorites in there, but there might be some price opportunities in this late one. And I put together a ticket that's on screen right now. Well, might be on screen soon. I used the 4 and the 7 in here, Meet Joe and Win Trip. Win Trip was one that I was thinking about singling. I don't know how heavy a favorite he's going to be, but I was debating between doing it. But Win Trip is my top pick in here just because he's been running against this competition and he's always finding a way. He is going to be a tough one to run down. Now, in the turf sprint coming up next, I did have Flash Humor in there, but they scratched Flash Humor, and now his stablemate, Icon Do It, is in the mix. He got into the field off the also eligible list, so I'll go 3, 7, and 10. El Encanto, the top choice of both myself and Kevin, but the 5 furlongs on the turf can be a test for a lot of these young horses who have not either mastered it or not even tried it. I went with 1, 2, and 5 in the next leg. Actually, I took out the 1. Cocktail Slippers and Check Cashing Connie for me. The 1 Brewhouse has scratched, but my top pick in there is Cocktail Slippers on the front end. Midship Molly and Baby Doll Peach will get me through race number 7. Baby Doll Peach is my top choice in there. Midship Molly improved big time when she did try that turf for the first time last time around. And I'm going to single first-timer threat analysis in the last. I know Red Volta is going to be extremely difficult to run down on the rail, but this looks like a very well-prepared firster with some talent, with some fast works, and from a barn that has got the job done with their last 2 first-timers. Makes for a fairly inexpensive ticket for your family day investment if you want to try the final 5. That is coming up in about 9 minutes, and they're coming out here in the walking ring for it. So I'm going to ask Kevin Gord to come in and assess this 4th race group with me, starting with Forsaken, who just joined us out here.
Yeah, here they come right on cue. Good timing by you. Early speed for Forsaken. I think the path to victory is going to be try to get the lead. And there is other speed. It's a big field. But if Forsaken can use that natural speed early, maybe the horse can get out on top and at 5.5 run a big race. Going to need an A-game race today. What do you think of Birdie Machine? Because I really went back and forth on my pick 5. But in the end, when Kelsey got off to ride the outside horse, I got off as well.
And Valenzuela has ridden this horse before, and they did show speed. I just thought it was disadvantageous that he drew just to the outside of Forsaken, to the inside of Hidden Prophet, and Majestic Kraken and Win Trip. All of that speed lined up to his outside is going to make it very difficult for him to get comfortable up front. He's a big handful of horse. You can see Birdie Machine coming around here, one of the thicker members that we have on the backside. He's a big pile of animal, but his speed has not carried him as far as it has in the past. Ferrari Road from off the pace. Your thoughts?
It's going to be a tough assignment, in my opinion. I think if you look at this field, 5.5 furlongs, I don't know how far back he's going to be, but it seems like an arduous task in this heat. I'm going to tab that one for later in the year. Meet Joe is taking money. Our top jockey is Luis Fuentes, and this horse, if you go back a couple starts, has run a couple of figures that make him interesting here.
Well, and he has some excuses built into his last 4 starts. Those are the first 4 times that we saw him up here this year. 2 of them were on the turf, if you're willing to let go of those. The other 2 were going a mile. One of them was in the slot, too. This is going to be a whole different set of circumstances for Meet Joe, and that closing kick may be a bit more effective. He has shown speed in the past, too. Kind of a mixed bag as to what their game plan is with Meet Joe, but I like those options for Luis Fuentes. Hidden Prophet, probably know where he's going to be early.
Yeah, if he gets loose again, these front markers, there's lots of speed signed onto this race. Hidden Prophet has one way to go. Get loose, go as fast and as far as you can. Horse is capable with his very best. I think 2 to 1's a little skinny for me, and I'm a little intrigued by the horse next door. We were talking on our way down here to do the show together that Majestic Kraken might be the value up on the board, and you and I are both lovers of these connections.
Well, and the go-to rider for the barn now takes over, that being Barajas on Majestic Kraken, and he rode him down at Will Rogers. He has not ridden him since Serafin Carmona's been aboard, but where would you use Majestic Kraken because he is that price? How do you incorporate him into your wagers?
I'm going to use him in an exacta box with the favorite because we're both on the 7. I've got him on my pick 5, and I might do a small ticket, keying him on top in a trifecta, trying to get him to win, and then a couple of the contenders like 4, 5, and 7 in second, and get a stranger home third. I will say this, the 6 makes a really good impression in the paddock. 7's got a double handler, and I'm going to tell you right now, that always gets me going. Troy Erkenbrack's favorite handicapping angle. Mac Robertson's horse with his go-to rider. This is a horse that's going to get, I think, a great trip just off the speed.
Yes, and we all agree on him with the same reasons for some of the former trainees of this barn who have gone on this path. Just breeze through their conditions against claimers, and they just eventually will be bought. And that's, I think, Win Trip's MO for right now. He's going to stay at this level until somebody wants him. He'll just keep winning until they do. Air has has not looked happy out here in the walking ring, but Air is also coming off the turf course, cutting back in distance. Do you think he has a chance to pick up a piece?
Yeah, he can get a bottom part of that superfect if you're going to use a couple strangers, mix the 8 in underneath. And I think Kelsey getting off a Joel Burnt horse to ride Storm in Hong Kong is another horse to use underneath. I think this horse can get a slice. Your thoughts?
Yes, I very much used him underneath. I think he's a viable trifecta, superfecta sort of player. Plenty of pace for him to run at, and he really woke up last time around in only his second start of the year.
All right, gang, race 4, Humdinger starts the final 5, pick 5. Ange has a ticket ready for you. You need to get your ticket. They'll be at the gate in around 5. Doesn't rhyme, but they're going to get it on.
John Deere Dirt for the 4th, commencing our second and final pick 5 this week. It's only 50 cents. 4 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield, it is time to declare today's Culver's Canterbury Kid. Said child wins a free kids meal from Culver's across the street. And there you are. Congratulations and thank you, Culver's. They're at the gate, and it is race time. Penultimate for the first 5. Lid lifter for the final 5. Meet Joe. Win Trip, 6-5 favorite. Hidden Profit is 2.5 to 1. Two back. Air and Storm in Hong Kong. One out. The Danger Charge. Nine in a line. And they're racing. Smooth Dispatch. Win Trip being ridden for speed and is prominent. Now on the inside, Birdie Machine comes scooting through at 15 to 1. Birdie Machine prominent, and Birdie Machine takes the lead. Outside of that one, Hidden Profit, then it's Win Trip. Forsaken sneaks up to the inside. Outside of that, Majestic Kraken 5th, but on the move and doing so wide. After that, Meet Joe, 6 out of it, 3.5 clear from Ferrari Road, joined by Air. Then we come to Storm in Hong Kong, and they pack up with a 1/4 of a mile to go. Majestic Kraken with a sharp move at 6 to 1. Majestic Kraken takes the lead and rolls. After that, Birdie Machine. Win Trip would have to win 3 in a row from 3 out of it, but is on charging, and they're coming home now. It is Majestic Kraken. Win Trip right behind that one with Birdie Machine still prominent. Meet Joe firing on the inside. Outside of that, the Frenchman Air is also firing, chasing Majestic Kraken. Here's Win Trip for 3 in a row. Yes or no? Ooh! Looks like Win Trip 3 in a row, but it's tight. Win Trip and Majestic Kraken hit it together. Stand by. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 7. Win Trip prevails. It is 7-6-2-4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, it is Win Trip and Seraphin Carmona. 3 in a row for Win Trip. Make that 4 in a row for Win Trip. A 4-year-old bay son of 3-hour nap out of 5-star Swank. The winning owner, John Mentz, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Win Trip was bred in Minnesota by John Mentz. "20 minutes from now, back to the firm turf course. Scratch numbers 2, Flash Humor, 11, Natural Causes, and 12, Bavaria Road. 5th race, and turf time scheduled for about 3:10, courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We also thank John Deere, Tri-State Bobcat, Choice Electric, Atomic Data, and Culver's Shakopee. And they're racing smooth dispatch. Win Trip being ridden for speed and is prominent. Now on the inside, Birdie Machine comes scooting through at 15-1. Birdie Machine prominent, and Birdie Machine takes the lead. Outside of that one, Hidden Profit, then it's Win Trip. Forsaken sneaks up to the inside. Outside of that, Majestic Kraken 5th, but on the move and doing so wide. After that, Meet Joe, 6 out of it, 3.5 clear from Ferrari Road, joined by Air. Then we come to Storm in Hong Kong, and they pack up with a 1/4 mile to go. Majestic Kraken with a sharp move at 6-1. Majestic Kraken takes the lead and rolls. After that, Birdie Machine. Win Trip would have to win 3 in a row from 3 out of it, but is on charging, and they're coming home now. It is Majestic Kraken. Win Trip right behind that one with Birdie Machine still prominent. Meet Joe firing on the inside. Outside of that, the Frenchman Air is also firing, chasing Majestic Kraken. Here's Win Trip for 3 in a row. Yes or no? Ooh, looks like Win Trip 3 in a row, but it's tight. Win Trip and Majestic Kraken hit it together. Stand by. Secret Potion in front. Calibrate's tired. Tony's Tap It. Ample opportunity to the inside if good enough. Here's Tonka Warrior. Surging on the outside. Tony's Tap It, Tonka Warrior, and Secret Potion. But Tony's Tap It is too good again. Handles the distance and wins 4 in a row. Drunk, then it's Honor the Giants in it. They come Indy Freedom and Roman keeping that red shadow roll in front. Changes leads beautifully, does so with a 4-length lead. It is Indy Freedom finding the freedom of the winner's enclosure, and just one look, that's all it took for the impressive Indy Freedom. 3-1-5 in race 2. A length and a half clear from Skippy Strike. Thick Haze, 8 out of it, and here they come. On the far outside, Fly Nightly with Mach 2 trying to run down Papa Rizzo. Face value between them. Then it's Tuco Bay and Skippy Strike. It is Mach 2, and here comes Tuco Bay surging. Wow, that was fantastic. Wind Trip would have to win 3 in a row from 3 out of it, but is on charging, and they're coming home now. It is Majestic Kraken. Wind Trip right behind that one with Birdie Machine still prominent. Meet Joe firing on the inside. Outside of that, the Frenchman Air is also firing, chasing Majestic Kraken. Here's Wind Trip for 3 in a row. Yes or no? Ooh, looks like Wind Trip 3 in a row, but it's tight.
The Bug Boy Serafin Carmona with the clock and the head trick gets up on the money with the favorite. Looked like the long shot was home too. A Majestic Kraken ran a huge race. But Mac Robertson scores. 4 straight favorites to start the card. But we're only halfway there. Now the card, I think, grows a little teeth. Some difficult races to handicap, including this 5th race, where I think there are some real live long shots I'm going to get to in our analysis. These are maidens, so they're looking for their first career victory. We're going to go 5 furlongs on the grass. Let's take a look at the field together, and we'll start with number 1, Cherry River. Quinones won a couple of races in the saddle last night. He's an excellent jockey. This post position, though, does not give him a lot of room for error. Inside, crowded field, better show speed. Debut showed nothing, but first start to second start is where you can really see horses jump up and run a big race. We'll see if Cherry River can improve. I wanted to watch the betting on the 3, and I think it's very encouraging that this first-time starter is taking money. This is the Novogratz Racing Stable's big producer. Mac Robertson, our top trainer, looks to go back-to-back, and I like that De Silva takes the call. And yes, Carmona is the top rider in that saddle as we see Jim Pete in the paddock. It's going to be a good Sunday now. Jim Pete's in the house. Anyway, big producer is a horse that's well bred. You get a top trainer, you get good workouts, you get a jockey that's having a great summer. And yeah, this horse looks live as they come out of the enclosure right now. Good physical impression, double handler again for a Robertson charge. Very I think professional looking is this 3-year-old, and anytime Joe Novogratz has a horse here or around the country, I pay attention. This guy just wins races, and he does so all over the country. 4 is Cold Soul. Kelsey Haar gets the call here. 1 career start, a sneaky good start, flashed a little speed, and then got tired. But now again, we're going from start number 1 to start 2. There's room for improvement there. 5 is Kid Got Rhythm. Kid Got Rhythm's ridden by Constantino Roman. Speed and fade going longer, so they naturally shorten up. Now, if you handicap by your speed figures, you're going to migrate to the 6, and I can't blame you for falling in love with Catalina Crush. Valenzuela for one of our best trainers, the Williams gang. Matt does a really good job. 30% winners tells the story. Here's the caution I'm going to give you with this horse, and I think the horse is a must-use in the exactas, tries, and supers. But we're 0 for 11, and we've lost 3 straight at odds on. So I get it. Most likely winner, best speed figures, all that good stuff, trainer you trust. It's all right there for you. 3 straight times, though, we've been right there, and we couldn't get over the hump. So I am going to take a stand here and try to beat the 6. And I think the 7 and the 10 are the 2 I'm going to key in on. I like the 7, El Encanto. Fuentes for Valerie Lund. In from Oaklawn Park, hasn't raced since December, so we're now a 3-year-old. Workouts are steady, speed is there. I'm on this horse, 4-1, looks good in the paddock. D-Flash is the 8. Chad Lindsay gets the call here, second off the layoff. Chad Lindsay's brought in big prices all season. 9 is Real Good Magic. G-Rod for Chip Willie, a Kentucky Derby winning trainer. 1 career start, showed nothing, but again, the bloodlines say this horse can run. And do not sleep on the 10. That price is way too big, and I can do it. Outside attack post, we warned you about these connections. Miguel Angel Silva and Barajas, their horses just seem to run better and bigger than their odds. We saw it last race. They lost by a nose. Do not sleep on this horse at 9-1 in your exotic wagers. Wonderful betting opportunity. 5 furlongs. Maidens on the grass at the gate in around 7. Good luck. Get your bets in now and keep the fun going here on a Sunday at beautiful Canterbury Park.
We've got one turf sprint coming up and another one later in the 7th. And the angle in that 7th race is the fact that there's a trio from the Burnt Barn. Now, this is an angle brought to you by the Racing Form because we're going to take a heavy look at these 3 runners. Now, the first one, Charlie Paints. She's run on the turf one time up here, and that was going a mile. It wasn't a sprint. You don't see very many of this group with turf sprint experience. The same goes for Island Jive. This is the next of the burnt trainees. She started twice for Tony Rengstorff. Both of those were on the dirt, and both were last year. That brings us to the third entity of the group, Baby Doll Peach. Now, she has run on the turf, and the first time she sprinted on the turf was nearly a year to the day from her debut down at Hawthorne. We're going to take a short look at that race just to give you an idea of what Baby Doll Peach can bring to the table. Baby Doll Peach is this horse over here. She is very speedy. She got out of the gate well, but it's more so the fact that she hung on pretty well at the end of this after setting very quick fractions. Those are up here in the corner. She went 21-4, and she's clear through this whole ordeal. Now, Hot Charlotte does come to get her on the inside, and then you see, of course, the winner out here, but the fact that she does hang on here, the fact that this is Grace Lace, and she put a lot of space between these two early, going 5 furlongs, and she gets back to this sort of setting without a year layoff in tow. I'm going to lean this way, even though there are some tough runners to her inside. I think everything adds up to a maiden-breaking score for Baby Doll Peach.
It is now race time. Into the gate for the 5th. Into the gate they go for the 5th. Maidens dashing on the turf. Catalina Crush 2-1. Big Producer 3.5-1. Ellen Canto 3.5-1. Likewise for Icon Do It. Icon Do It, last in line. Here they come. And they're racing, and they broken a line. From the 9 spot, Real Good Magic in search of the lead. Likewise for Kid Got Rhythm. That one pokes the nose in front, now joined by Cherry River, who's spry. Right behind them, Catalina Crush, and that one is to the inside of Icon Do It, who's on the move. After that, we come back to Cold Soul. Ellen Canto has completely gone amiss, way out of it, in fact, being pulled out of the race, overtaken by D-Flash. Meanwhile, the others go on, and we have a two-headed pace battle as they head for home. Kid Got Rhythm to the inside of Icon Do It, and they're about 5 clear from Catalina Crush. Outside of that, Real Good Magic. Then it's Big Producer to the outside of Cold Soul with a football field to go. Here comes Real Good Magic with a rush. Likewise, in there is Icon Do It, but it is Catalina Crush getting over the hump. Catalina Crush saving the best for last. Six, Catalina Crush first, 6:10.95. Race 5, official. The first pick 5, $44.65. The trifecta paid $38.70. It was chalk all odds. Superfecta $91, 610.95. Race number 6, John Deere Dirt, scratch 1, Brewhouse, and 5, Check Cash and Connie. 1 and 5 out of race number 6. And race 6 is provided by Kim Crawford Wines, proudly served in the Canterbury Clubhouse restaurant and bars throughout CBY. And we also thank Hormel. Race 6, 22 minutes from now. Into the winner's enclosure, the maiden breaker, Catalina Crush and Luis Valenzuela. The winning owners, James T. Williams, Chicken Creek Ranch, C. Stark, and A. Imminger. And the winning trainer, Matt Williams. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. From the 9 spot, Real Good Magic in search of the lead. Likewise for Kid Got Rhythm. That one pokes the nose in front, now joined by Cherry River, who's spry. Right behind them, Catalina Crush, and that one is to the inside of Icon Do It, who's on the move. After that, we come back to Cold Soul. Ellen Canto has completely gone amiss, way out of it, in fact, being pulled out of the race, overtaken by D-Flash. Meanwhile, the others go on, and we have a two-headed pace battle as they head for home. Kid Got Rhythm to the inside of Icon Do It, and they're about 5 clear from Catalina Crush. Outside of that, Real Good Magic. Then it's Big Producer to the outside of Cold Soul with a football field to go. Here comes Real Good Magic with a rush. Likewise, in there is Icon Do It, but it is Catalina Crush getting over the hump. Catalina Crush saving the best for last.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman ready to take you through these final 3 races, 2 of them here in the paddock, 1 upstairs in the palatial press box. Ange, we came into the press box, all of us, 3-4 hours ago, licking our chops, building tickets. There were bombs on paper we thought had big chances, and we sit here in the middle of the race card now, 5 races in, 5 favorites have won. Egg on our face, pockets empty. We need to switch things up. So we had to bring you down here and double dip here.
If that doesn't inspire you, I don't know what will.
It should inspire you because we're due.
Okay.
We've had winners, but none of them have paid anything, and we almost got a long shot home a couple races back with your guy Berejas. Last race we picked the horse that didn't finish the race. That is pesky. The horse is fine, and good to see because Barry Butso is such a great supporter of our racing here. Jim Peterson of Timberwolves playing, coaching, and now Lynx basketball fame is here to see that horse. That was a bummer. But we've got 3 good races, and the final pick 3s here, especially on days like this, they get a little overlooked. You know, Saratoga and Del Mar are going, if you can find one price in these last 3, this thing can way overpay. And even though this race looks formful, there are a couple at the back end that are very challenging.
Well, and some scratches that are key along the way. If anybody made early plays or you handicapped it early and you saw this being a race that didn't have a whole bunch of pace, or maybe you saw it as one that had enough, it's just going to naturally change with the withdrawal of Brewhouse and check cashing Connie. They both added different elements to the table, but we both somehow now end up on the filly on screen, Cocktail Slippers. I thought that she could clear Chocolate Freckles. I know that will not be easy. I know it will not be easy to get in front of Frosted Queen and stay there, but just given the complexion of the race now, I don't see anybody in here who's too big a fan of passing everybody up late, so why not take the speed of the speed?
Yeah, she's fast, and I just think the whole race will come down to if she can separate from Chocolate Freckles. They both want to do the same thing, and if they do hook up, they will be vulnerable late. I think the biggest misnomer in the game is 5.5 furlong races are won in the front. That is not true. Go back and watch 5.5 furlong races. Horses burn out too quick, too early because they think it's a shorter race and somebody comes and gets the money. If she gets clear, she is the best horse in the race on paper. I have to see it to believe it, though, and I think right now at even money, if I'm making a win bet, I'm going to go elsewhere. I'll get to my horse later in terms of the value on the board. What do you do with Frosted Queen? Because this is a horse that if you look at the form from Gulfstream and Belterra, I don't know how it matches up.
I just think this might be a starting out point. I mean, she's been off since June, and she first worked out up here in July. They just got a couple of half-mile works into her. I mean, she just hasn't been in the barn very long, so finding out what she does best, and I mean, she's gone on 3 different surfaces, 4 different distances in the beginning of her career. It just seems that Frosted Queen hasn't found a specialty yet, so this is another step in finding out.
Johnny the Mouse Mickelson has migrated his way to the 4 spot in the paddock. Pat Scale is his horse. Bobby Klein trains it. Kelsey Haar is the pilot. Kelsey brings in prices. This is a horse that could sit off and pounce if the trip and the day is the right day. This is a sneaky horse.
She is, and she's another one that has speed when she feels like it. I mean, her best races have come on the front end. If anybody is going to change their mind and pass everybody up, I would think it would be Pat Scale on the cutback. If she does that is a big if, but I thought that she'd be lower than 6-1. That seems very fair for her. Chocolate Freckles at 2-1, about where I thought she'd be, and this is the speed that's to the outside of most of the rest of the pace setters in here, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's going to come down to 2 and 6. If either one can separate, they win the race. If they go eyeball to eyeball, they're in trouble. Kiba Lucky Day looks to maybe reap the benefits. Carmona's been brilliant. He can sit a little bit off the pace, but boy, her natural speed probably gets her a little too close to the hot pace.
Well, and she's run similar races all 3 times that she sprinted up here. She keeps herself in close range and she doesn't move forward. But Carmona is going to try to change things up on her. She too is on the cutback. Maybe she got more out of that mile race than she did anything in the morning that she's put together. And Kiba Lucky Day is a price that she probably shouldn't be at 11-1. But you liked Pageant Perfect a touch on the outside. She's trying to put them back to back.
Yeah, this is the value of the race. The horse on the screen right now is the horse that's going to be a key for me in my pick 3. I'm going to have the 2, 6, and 8, but I'm going to have a single ticket with the 8 here, and I think this horse looks great in the paddock, outside attack post. If the 2 and 6 hook up, she may fall into a great trip, and to me, 7-1 is way too big a price. That's our analysis for race 6. We've got 3 great races left, and don't forget, on Pepsi Family Day, after the horsies are done, the kids take to the track. And yes, the voice of the Vikings, Paul Allen, will call 2 kid heats, 7 and under, 8 and over, and you can bring those kids right down to the winner's circle after race 8, and they can be on the track ready to get it on. Right now it's race 6. Fillies and mares going 5.5. It's coming up, it's coming at you, and it's next.
onto the racetrack for the 6 scratch numbers 1 and 5. Hey there, Canterbury faithful. What's going on? It's your announcer, Paul Allen, from the announcer's booth, and life is good when we are at Canterbury Park. Here's what you can do. Join me on camera right now. Scan that QR code for the Comcast Xfinity Fan Cam and say hello. This is what the announcer's booth, or part of it, looks like, where we will be calling race number 6 in just a few minutes. So scan that QR code wherever you are here at CBY and say hello. We do this every so often, and gives you the opportunity to be on that big screen in the infield. Friends and family members, there you go. No tiempo, Diablo. Jose Silva Jr., right on. One of our top trainers here, saying hello via the fan cam. So join Jose and yours truly. And most importantly, make some money here on race number 6. Adios, Jose. There you go. Good job. Hello, ladies. What's going on there, little buddy? Fan cam. Hello there, sir. Hi, little buddy. Back here in the announcer's booth, as they get close to the gate, it's the Steam team. The announcer, along with one analyst and the other analyst. Come on up here to the announcer's booth and say hello to us. Hello. Hi, here we are. There's the Steam team. All Minnesota Wild hockey questions addressed, leaving the booth right now by Angela. And that is the Steam team. Thank you for being so cool with the fan cam, and thank you, Comcast Xfinity. Bye. It's post time. Race number 6. And Cocktail Slippers prohibitively favored. That one moves in. Frosted Queen next to that one. Here comes Pat's Gal, Chocolate Freckles, Kiba Lucky Day, and a Pageant Perfect will be the last in line. Race number 6, and here they are. And they're racing. Cocktail Slippers like a shot from the inside in search of that early lead. Chocolate Freckles right there, but is a half back of Cocktail Slippers, who runs away by more than 1. 5.5 after that to Kiba Lucky Day to the inside of Pageant Perfect. Then we come back to Frosted Queen, and Pat's Gal is 8 lengths rearmost. Cocktail Slippers with intoxicatingly good early speed. Cocktail Slippers leads it off the far turn. Chocolate Freckles alongside, and said duo now is 8 clear from the 8 Pageant Perfect. Behind that one, Kiba Lucky Day, Pat's Gal, and Frosted Queen is now 12 lengths rearmost. And here they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Chocolate Freckles at 3-1 is trying to run away from Cocktail Slippers. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers fights back beautifully to the inside, and they are far clear from Kiba Lucky Day. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers not done. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers, will that chocolate melt? No. 6-2 in a tight photo. 6-2, tight photo, hold them all. Result of the tight photo shows the winner is number 6. Chocolate Freckles held on. From a game, Cocktail Slippers, Pageant Perfect 3rd, Kiba Lucky Day 4th, 6-2, 8-7 in race 6. Race 6, official. Exacta $9.30, trifecta $15.25, superfecta $8 and change. Double 21. Pick 3 races 4, 5, and 6, $26.70. The 7th race is about 23 minutes from now. The penultimate is on the turf, which is firm. No scratches. And parents, don't forget, about 10 minutes after the 8th and final live race, we bring the kids out to the dirt track for a couple of 40-yard dashes down to the finish line. That'll take place about 10 minutes after the 8th and final. In the winner's enclosure, Chocolate Freckles and Guillermo Rodriguez. That's 4 victories this week for Guillermo. Chocolate Freckles is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Gemologist out of Chocolate Licorice. The winning owners, Wind and Wood Farm, who also bred the mare in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. They're racing. Cocktail Slippers like a shot from the inside in search of that early lead. Chocolate Freckles right there, but is a half back of Cocktail Slippers, who runs away by more than 1. 5.5 after that to Kiba Lucky Day to the inside of Pageant Perfect. Then we come back to Frosted Queen, and Pat's Gal is 8 lengths rearmost. Cocktail Slippers with intoxicatingly good early speed. Cocktail Slippers leads it off the far turn. Chocolate Freckles alongside, and Said Duo now is 8 clear from the 8 Pageant Perfect. Behind that one, Kiba Lucky Day, Pascal, and Frosted Queen is now 12 lengths rearmost. And here they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Chocolate Freckles at 3-1 is trying to run away from Cocktail Slippers. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers fights back beautifully to the inside, and they are far clear from Kiba Lucky Day. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers not done. Chocolate Freckles, Cocktail Slippers, will that chocolate melt? No. 6-2 in a tight photo. 6-2, tight photo, hold 'em all.
Well, we finally get a race where the favorite didn't win. That's good news. Chocolate Freckles presses, then pounces. We sail on to another, on paper, potentially good payoff. I went 4 deep on my pick 5. Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg. Fun race to handicap. Minnesota breds here looking for their first career victory. And our good friend Danny Chersvik is right next to us in the 1 spot, hoping that Charlie Paints enjoys the cutback. I like the race that she ran last time out. She did a lot of dirty work early, sub 23 opening quarter, and hung in there late. I am encouraged that Charlie Paints is sitting on a big effort tonight, and I think you're going to get a fair price. Right now, that price is 6-1. Ange, do you agree that Charlie Paints is a player here?
I think that she's in a good spot because she is on the inside. She probably will be outrun to the lead, but she can save all the ground down there and just wait for something to appear. Charlie Paints showed that she can handle the turf last time around, even if it was a little bit too long for her. And she does have a lot of horses to her outside that have never even touched the turf. So some things to like about her. And 6-1's pretty square. You get 7-1 on Sky Kid, who was trying it for the first time, but what a pedigree on her.
Oh, you talk about a turf pedigree. It's here. You got Lemon Drop Kid, you got Sky and Sea there, you got all kinds of good stuff. Didn't learn much in that debut, but that was way back in May. The horse did have trouble. Paul Allen touted this horse today. That's his pick, 7-1. Double handler per usual for Mac, so very sneaky indeed. 3 is Grace Alace. She's had 15 tries. She's been close. Our good friend Troy Bethke trains and De Silva rides. Is this finally the day for Grace?
She will be coming at the end of it. And we saw her sprint once earlier this year. She was not that far behind. And if you like Baby Doll Peach like I do, she was closing in just behind her. And Grace Alace took a very wide route to get there. I just thought maybe a little bit more distance. They just can't seem to find a good in-between distance for her. But again, she will be coming late. She's usually a very usable price underneath. And Emery and Avery, just to her outside, is probably going to go early and give her a little more room out of the gate.
Dons the hood for this. Expect speed. Work out there. Morales, Larry Donlan's barn's been going well, so the 4, I think we'll have something to say about it early on. Island Jive is Jeff Maday's horse, and I'm going to tell you right now, Jeff Maday in the last month has mentioned a long shot about 6 different times on these cards, and 4 of the 6 have all won, and they've paid boxcars. Jeff was yakking about this horse hours ago. He's down here to see the horse in the paddock. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're building exotic tickets, don't use the 5 at your own peril. I dare you.
Yeah, she came wide late in her debut, and that was in the slop where she finished 3rd. But it's worth noting that she was 3rd behind Extreme Diva. A lot of horses have run behind Extreme Diva up here at Canterbury. And, I mean, my notes say that she lost to a lot different class of horse than she beat. So we find out what she has to bring. But it has been an awful long time since we've seen her. I was going to give her this one.
I'm a big fan of the 6, Midship Molly. I'll take the price now at 5-2. We've come down a little bit. She looks good in the paddock. She faced Open Company. I remember Ha Ha Gloria. That's the horse that shipped in from Chicago. And I think Midship Molly is going to be right there when they really start making that big move in the lane.
Or what an upgrade she got when she moved over to the turf and she faced Open Company. This spot really fits her beautifully, and Midship Molly should be even lower than 5-2, I would guess, by the time they make the gate. Risk the Wind is starting out for the first time on the turf. Only her 2nd lifetime start, and the Tracy barn is good. The first time they move horses over to the turf, if it's their 2nd career start, 4, 1, 2, and 0. Risk the Wind, some improving to do, but a big price.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of Ellis Park shippers, but that's exactly what we have here. And I'll tell you what, the 8, your horse, made a nice impression in the paddock. That was Baby Doll Peach.
Number 3 from the Burnt Barn in the 1 with the best turf sprinting experience. She was narrowly beaten a couple of back, but that was her first start in a little less than a year. Baby Doll Peach with now 2 under her belt, back to the turf. One of the 4-year-olds. Baby Doll Peach was just too much for me to pick against her. I guess that's why she's the price that she is, but I've got her on top. There's the grid of selections.
Yeah, fun race to bet, fun race to handicap, as you can see by the grid. Late daily double time at Canterbury. Get your bets in. I'm going to head to the winner's enclosure for a little quick trip with Kip. Free money be given away there. And Ange and I will be up in the studio to take you through the lucky last after this great race. Enjoy.
On to the John Deere Dirt, then the firm turf course for the 7th. It is the Sunday penultimate. It's 5 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the big screen in the infield or TV monitors, this race is named in honor of the late Jack Walsh. His family and friends are gathered in the winner's enclosure. Now, Jack Walsh was a quarter horse breeder and owner dating back to the 1970s, long before Canterbury Downs opened in '85. That year, he became involved in thoroughbred racing and breeding and was a presence at Canterbury until he died in 2018. Jack also served as Minnesota HBPA president and MTA board member. As an attorney, he represented countless horsemen in matters before the Racing Commission. His endless compassion for the less fortunate in the racing industry is legendary. Jack Walsh was inducted into the Canterbury Park Hall of Fame just months before his passing, and we welcome the family and friends of Jack Walsh to Canterbury Park.
All right, it's a Sunday staple. Just real quick here, I want to show you the winners for our Quick Trip Dash for the Cash. We thank Quick Trip for supporting Minnesota racing. These fans have a horse. You can see their placard right there. The winner gets $100 free from Quick Trip. Second and third each get $20. Good luck, everybody. Let's have a good race in honor of Mr. Walsh.
It is now race time. Into the gate go these Minnesota maidens, skirmishing for a purse of $33,000. Charlie Paints, one of three from the Burnt Barn in. Risk the Wind, next to Midship Molly, Baby Doll Peach, and Emery and Avery, the last two. One out now. Baby Doll Peach, 4.5 to 1. Midship Molly, 2 to 1. Here they come. Baby Doll Peach, rambunctious. And they're racing. Baby Doll Peach broke speedily from the wide side. Midship Molly also flashing some speed. In fact, 6 of the 8 all in search of the early lead. And Sky Kid off the layoff tries to soar away. That one's to the inside of Emery and Avery. Baby Doll Peach grabbing the lead into the far turn. Charlie Paints 5 out of it behind them. Then it's Midship Molly about 4 or 5 after that to Grace Alace. Baby Doll Peach puts 3 on the field. Island Jive is second last and Risk the Wind not handling the turn beautifully in last, and Baby Doll Peach is in first. Baby Doll Peach trying to be the apple of everybody's eye. Baby Doll Peach encountered by a resurgent Sky Kid. 5 lengths to the good of Midship Molly. Then it's Charlie Paints into the final football field. Baby Doll Peach, Sky Kid, Baby Doll Peach, Sky Kid, 2.5 to 1. Yes, 2, 8, and a photo. Number 2, Sky Kid, first home, 2-8, and a show photo. The numbers, 2-8, 3, 1. Canterbury's 7th has been declared official. Exacta 24.20. The trifecta paid $40.40. Pick 3, $60.40. Superfecta $21.66. The 8th is the lucky last. Kids run after the 8th. No scratches. We're 21 minutes from it. Into the winner's circle, Sky Kid and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owners, Rake Farms, and the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Sky Kid is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Lemon Drop Kid out of Sky and Sea. Bred in Minnesota by Rake Farms. That would be Scott and Patricia Rake. And they're racing. Baby Doll Peach broke speedily from the wide side. Midship Molly also flashing some speed. In fact, 6 of the 8 all in search of the early lead. And Sky Kid off the layoff tries to soar away. That one's to the inside of Emery and Avery. Baby Doll Peach grabbing the lead into the far turn. Charlie Paints 5 out of it behind them. Then it's Midship Molly about 4 or 5 after that to Grace Alace. Baby Doll Peach puts 3 on the field. Island Jive is second last and Risk the Wind not handling the turn beautifully, and last and Baby Doll Peach is in first. Baby Doll Peach trying to be the apple of everybody's eye. Baby Doll Peach encountered by a resurgent Sky Kid. 5 lengths to the good of Midship Molly. Then it's Charlie Paints into the final football field. Baby Doll Peach, Sky Kid, Baby Doll Peach, Sky Kid, 2.5 to 1. Yes, 2, 8, and a photo.
Angela Herman, Kevin Gorg, ready to take you through race number 8. We come back next week with 4 great race days. Thursday, 5 o'clock, Saturday, 5, Sunday, 1, Monday, 1. And, Ange, let's go out in style. We both have a first-time starter that's taking money, but the horse to beat lies in post 1. Red Volta with Kelsey. Your thoughts?
Well, yeah, we talk about tripling up from the Burnt Barn. They're tripling up in the Klein Barn for this race. Red Volta, Zong's Irish Frost, and Sending are all in here from the same barn, but Kelsey Haar lands on Red Volta. And she's used her speed for a few very, very close finishes, but they were all going 5. 2 of them on the main track, 1 of them on the dirt. I know that you're a big proponent of horses being within range at 5.5, but do you think that the extra 16th will present much of a problem for her?
Not if she's clear. And I think with the other speed primarily coming from Zongy, as they call the horse in the barn, I think they're going to let this horse try to go to the front. The X Factor clearly is the 4, who we're both on and has worked out like she might have some speed. But Red Volta is going to be the one to catch turning from. This much I think you can assume from what we see on paper. But can she finish the deal? She's burnt some cash in her running lines. 2 is Petite Jean. This is second off the bench, turf to dirt. I thought the horse ran a really sneaky good race last time after some trouble out of the gate.
Yeah, and Petite Jean was making her first start since May, her first start outside of her home state of Oaklawn Park, or her home state of Arkansas, and her first start for her new barn. Now, she was doing that on uptick to these special weights. She just didn't really pick up her feet too much. I mean, she got up to 4th, but she wasn't that close. So maybe getting back to more friendly settings like a dirt sprint would be up her alley. She's going to be a better price than either one of the horses we just mentioned. But a lot of money going towards Zong's Irish Frost. This is start number 12. She is more experienced of this group. But she, like you mentioned, like her stablemate, both have a lot of speed, and their best races have come on the front end.
Yeah, I'll be curious what this race plays out like, because we know about Eddie G. He's a great gate jockey, and if they hook up, they're going to run each other into the ground. I get the feeling Red Volta is going to be on the lead, and this horse will be pressing. I love the horse to hit the ticket. If you're building a trifecta or super, I went elsewhere like you just because the horse is 0 for 11 and has had so many chances to win. Threat analysis intrigued me. I like the workout pattern. I like the sprint bloodlines. And I just think this horse is in a really good spot. Yes, there are some maidens in here that have skills, but it's not a bunch of world beaters.
No, and it just seems like a good field to debut against. Just you have a lot of horses who have done the same things over and over and over again. At least you got a blank slate with threat analysis. And she's the first foal of a mare that was 3 for 8, 2 seconds, 1/3. She won by 5 first out at Calder, or it was Gulfstream Park West at that point. But there's so many works leading up to this, and recent gate works. I mean, she needed a few, but it seemed like she really aced it on the 3rd. I think she's going to be another part of the pace, but if she can run at all, she should be at least a part of this. The price isn't very appetizing, but what can you do? Princess Vanellope just to her outside. I wanted to look at her in the paddock because when I saw her in July, I wasn't thrilled with how she looked down there. I'm not thrilled with how she looks today, but we'll look at her on track to see if she perks up a little bit. And Princess Vanellope is 10-1, as is Sending.
Yeah, Sending's a horse that I think is still figuring things out. The debut didn't go well. That was on the turf. We're back on the dirt. Tab that one for later. You're getting a good look at the 7, Miss You No More. Lots of chances. 10 tries, 7 for 10 in the money. And I think this horse from the outside post might be motoring late.
Well, and definitely all the speed to her inside should help set her up for at least another maybe on the board finish. If you like tries, if you like supers, Miss You No More usually gets left alone on the board, and she is right now. She should be a part of the late mix. Look for her to be coming late under Serafin Carmona. We got 7 minutes. We're going to find out who the next winner is at Canterbury. Somebody's going to break their maiden in the 8th. They are track bound now for it. We have a very spirited first-time starter that you just saw in the tunnel that a lot of us picked on top. She's your current 2-1 favorite, threat analysis, and we want to thank everybody for joining us today. Here locally, for Brunch and Bubbly, and across the country, we wish you luck in the last, and we'll be back on Thursday.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. 2 minutes to race time.
D.
One minute to the Rachel Rican. It's race time. Into the gate they go for the lucky last. Racing resumes Thursday at 5, then Saturday at 5. Sunday, best in show. All the dog breeds we've run this summer, they race against each other. And Monday, Labor Day racing, that begins at 1. Sending shares a home with Red Volta, the 8-5 favorite. And Miss You No More, last in line. All right now. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Sending, and threat analysis also off a couple steps slowly. Nothing bad out of the gate for Red Volta. Red Volta showing speed with Petite Jean alongside. The gray is Zong's Irish Frost, third, now 4 out of it. And threat analysis, the firster, picking off runners one by one. Threat analysis on the move up to third. After that, we have Sending and Princess Vanellope. Red Volta, Petite Jean. Petite Jean and Red Volta. 2-1 to the inside, 16-1 to the outside. Threat analysis, the 3-2 favorite looming. The white horse, Zong's Irish Frost, wide and about 8 lengths from the lead. And here they come in the 8th. Red Volta, Petite Jean. Between them, threat analysis. Outside, Zong's Irish Frost. We have 4 in a line into the final football field. Zong's Irish Frost, Red Volta, Zong's Irish Frost. Put a chill over the field. Number 3, Zong's Irish Frost, ran first. The numbers 3, 1, 4, 7. Eighth official. Second pick 5, paid $346. Second pick 4, 102.70. Now entering the winners' enclosure, Zongs, Irish Frost, and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner and trainer, Bob Klein. All right, about 10 minutes from now, or within 10 minutes, kids come out on the dirt track for a couple of races. They're about 40, 50 yards in distance. The first for kids 7 years of age and younger, and the second for those 8 and older. Stand by for that. It'll take place very soon. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Sending, and threat analysis also off a couple steps slowly. Nothing bad out of the gate for Red Volta. Red Volta showing speed with Petite Jean alongside. The gray is Zong's Irish Frost, third, now 4 out of it. And threat analysis, the firster, picking off runners one by one. Threat analysis on the move up to third. After that, we have Sending and Princess Vanellope. Red Volta, Petite Jean. Petite Jean and Red Volta. 2-1 to the inside, 16-1 to the outside. Threat analysis, the 3-2 favorite looming. The white horse, Zong's Irish Frost, wide and about 8 lengths from the lead. And here they come in the 8th. Red Volta, Petite Jean. Between them, threat analysis. Outside, Zong's Irish Frost. We have 4 in a line into the final football field. Zong's Irish Frost, Red Volta, Zong's Irish Frost. Put a chill over the field. Number 3, Zong's Irish Frost, ran first. All righty. Time for the kids 7 years of age and younger to head out to the dirt track. Come on, boys and girls. Parents are welcome to come out too if you want to take pictures or video. My man right there is an athlete. Seven years of age and younger for the first heat. Yep, head all the way to the inside, kids. Give yourselves more room. Yep, go ahead and head all the way. Kids, keep moving in. Yeah, there you go. About ready to close the gate on this steamy Sunday. 8 and over the next heat. All righty, here we go. Find your place, young lady. Down to the finish line and back. Ready, go! Here come the little boys and girls, and my man stumbled out of the gate but recovered like a champion. And the one wearing the teal takes the lead as my man who was winning overshot the finish line. And now they battle to the line together, and the kid with the sweet green outfit wins. Nice job, buddy. Nice job right here, my man who stumbled out of the gate. Well done. Come on, buddy. Run fast, buddy. Nice job. After he even has a win ticket on himself he's holding. I like that. All right, head out and go out that way, middle of the winner circle. Go on out that way. Head over this way, child. This way, everybody. Thank you very much. We will do this next Sunday.
I always love that one.
All right, here come the big boys and girls. Down with that mousey. Head all the way to the inside, big boys and girls. This is the L.J. Klein Honorary Classic. Ooh, the messy kid looks like he's about ready to fly. Last chance to get in here, 8 and over. You're waiting to hear the word Geo. That's when you take off. Ready? Go! Ooh, these boys and girls listen. And the kid with the black shorts and those long strides has the early lead. Meanwhile, messy kid is surging late. So is the kid with the Viking shirt. Here they come out! Thank you, kids. Thank you, parents. God bless all of you. Ooh. If you're leaving the track, please drive safely, says Johnny the Mouse Mickelson.